the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
The East is where we're from.
Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. Who we be Manasseh, the Cubans,
Shalom, shalom.
Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. At gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled and fed. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer. Asher in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering in Israel. Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. A highest gathering in Israel. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. We be Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. Manasseh, the Cubans. Ephraim from Puerto Rico. Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering in Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathering in Israel. I'm Elder Rakash Yar here live with our weekly blog talk show, which is aired live every Wednesday around this time, live on YouTube. How are you doing this evening? I hope you all are doing well. Yeah, you can see the title. I don't want to seem a little melancholy or bring dark news, but it's our position to tell people exactly what's going on while the world powers are distracting everyone. Do us a favor, brothers and sisters, if you may. Please, if you can, just hit the like button. This way it drives the algorithm to let others know that the show is actually going on, that the Blog Talk show is actually happening live here on YouTube. Please hit the like or dislike so it can drive traffic here, to let everyone on the outside know that we're here, because our particular channel is shadow banned. For those who don't know, if you're not mainstream, they are not referring. Someone says, why doesn't the mic sound high quality? Let me see if I can fix that for you. One moment. Let me see if I can fix that for you. Why doesn't the mic sound high quality? Let's see. Okay. Is that a little better for you? Is that better? Right? This should be a little better for you. Yes. Well, this sounds a little high quality for you, right? So that's good. Now, thank you, my producers, my production team / brothers and sisters, the audience. Thank you very much. So this sounds fine. Is that better now? Should be better now. Someone says it's an echo now. That's not. Oh, I know why. Don't worry about it. I know why. Okay, all right. There is no echo now. We should be good. All right. There is no echo now. The quality should be absolutely fine now. Someone said, no. There's should be fine now. Right? It should be fine. All right? Okay. All right. Great. Fantastic. Going into our show today, our Blog Talk show. Thank you, my producers / brethren and sisters. And, okay, it's perfect. Great. All right. Jumping right in. Prepare for a dark winter is the topic. And of course, we're under a shadow ban, which means that YouTube naturally do not suggest our channel to others on the outside of the ban. So unless you're making a strategic effort to find us, you wouldn't. All right. So make sure also that you check time to time, seldomly come through the channel. GOCC NYC. I'm a guest here now, as well as A Gathering 144. This way you can check to make sure that YouTube didn't unsubscribe you. There shouldn't be no echo. This is fine. All right. Come on, tell me the sound is fine. Come on now. I don't need to it should be perfect now. Okay, great. All right. It's great. We're going to jump right in. Jumping right in, prepare for a dark winter. Okay. The powers that be, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Come on. The powers that be has already moved on to the next phase in Jacob's trouble, or what the Bible calls tribulation. They've already pivoted to the next phase against humanity, and it's Bible prophecy. Okay. They've already begun pivoting. Why? The reason why, brothers and sisters, is because the majority of people, unbeknownst to themselves, have already volunteered for an early exit. All right. So they got the numbers they need for the people who fell for the first thing. And now they're already segueing into the next phase of this, knowing that about a few years from now, 3-4 years from now, those who made the choice to listen to them will not will not become barriers, will not be barriers when it's time. All right. So jumping right in, prepare for the dark winter is our topic. And today, brothers and sisters, what we're going to do is we're going to open up the calls kind of early this evening, because what I would like to know is what exactly are you doing to prepare for this dark winter? Now, Candace Owens, the Republican that most people love to hate, I don't have no problem with her. I mean, she makes a lot of logical points, but, she's a pundit on the right, pretty much plugged in. All right. She had something to say that I think that brothers and sisters need to pay attention to. Why? This is why. Brothers and sisters, there's a thing that the powers that be calls lesser magic, which they have to let you know what they're going to do before they do it. Okay? So there's something she said that I thought everyone should pay attention to, with her being plugged in to the system a little bit, all right? Look at your screen. Let's hear what Mrs. Owens have to say here.
If they brought the power grid down.
Let's start it.
And by they, I mean if the government purposefully...
Let me cut it up so you all can hear it a little better here. Cut her sound up. Bear with me. All right, here we go.
What would you do if they brought the power grid down? And by they, I mean if the government purposefully brought the power grid down. I'm asking that question because the World Economic Forum is predicting that a cyber pandemic, you can look this up, they've been running exercises about it this year, is inevitable. You're probably saying, what is a cyber pandemic? It doesn't make any sense. Well, first and foremost, the reason I'm even paying attention to the World Economic Forum and their exercises is because they notoriously, in 2019, ran an exercise for a coronavirus pandemic that oddly all became true. I mean, without one slight difference. They said that the coronavirus was going to escape from a wet market in South America. Of course, when the coronavirus swept the world in 2020, they said that it escaped from a wet market in China. You can still look that up, by the way. That's not a conspiracy theory. They simulated that coronavirus pandemic. It was the World Economic Forum in collaboration with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, in collaboration with Johns Hopkins University. The website is still up, and they say, the coronavirus pandemic is inevitable, and then boom, it happened the very next year. People say it's a conspiracy theory to believe that they knew that the coronavirus pandemic was going to happen. You don't have to believe it was a conspiracy theory, or you can believe it wasn't a conspiracy theory. The point is that they made the prediction, they called it inevitable, and then it happened. So for me personally, that signals to me that I should probably pay attention the next time the World Economic Forum makes a prediction and calls it inevitable. And lo and behold, they are predicting that a cyber pandemic is going to happen and that it is once again inevitable. So if you look into the exercise that they have run this year, I believe they run it in July. They've been meeting and talking about the cyber pandemic, what it would look like. Essentially, their idea is that they're going to have to sanitize the internet because a bug, think of it as like a coronavirus for your computer, is going to sweep globally. And the only way they're going to be able to stop this bug from infecting everything is to effectively shut down the internet, right? And they were talking about bringing down the power grid in an effort to do this. So imagine the government bringing down the power grid, and you would not have access to anything that required an electrical charge. If this sounds crazy, dystopian, and like a nightmare to you, first and foremost, this happens in other countries, right? Obviously, in Cuba, when the government needs to stop people from communicating, they just bring down the power grid, right? When the uprisings were happening in Cuba, I believe that was earlier this year. Coronavirus time feels like, I don't know if it was the end of last year or early this year. They just brought down the entire electrical grid. But of course, Western nations would never do something like that. If they do it, it's because they need to do it, not because they're becoming evil communist dictators, but because they would need to do it for our benefit. What would you do if they brought the power grid down? And by they, I mean if the government purposefully brought the power grid down. I'm asking
a great question. A great question. Okay. Now, I see others in the chat. Sometimes we get people coming in sometimes people coming in just for entertainment or trolling, or in good earnest here to actually build and understand the prophetic time we're living in. But someone came out and say, isn't her husband white? Listen, that's no concern of mine. Who she chooses to be with is her choice. She have to live with her choices. It's working out for her. Okay. If she was married to a black man or any other race of people, what? It doesn't matter. She's breaking down information, things that she hearing from the inside compared to the summits of old. So what she's saying doesn't have anything to do with who she's in a relationship with. So let's stay focused. Let's stay focused for a moment. All right. Now, the question she had is a good question. What would happen if the power grid went down? Now, usually these are what you would call simulations, or they'll do beta test in advance, media runs and certain so forth, practice, if you will, to actually simulate these particular events before running them out real time throughout the earth. Practice. Okay. Just like Event 201. Okay. Event 201 was a simulation of how the media would deal with a pandemic a few months before coronavirus actually became a thing. So what she's saying, brothers and sisters, listen to this clearly. She's stating that the same people who said that we would get a cold over the earth are now saying that there might be a cyber pandemic. Now, I can see why they would want to do something like this, especially in the United States, because many of the people in America are waking up. They're waking up. Many people are seeing that it's not exactly what they said it was, but they could care less. You know why? Because the people who sheepishly followed is the number that they needed to get to before they bring in the next phase. Well, what is the next phase? And I'm going to bring Lawyer in one moment. Anytime, brothers and sisters, you see this guy. Now, this guy disappeared off the scene, getting thumbed down on every show he went on, was heckled to the degree of obscurity, out of sight, unpopular, a man by the name of Bill Gates. Now, you thought he went away. Oh, no, this eugenicist didn't go anywhere. Now that they got the number of people who sheepishly followed what they wanted them to do, he's on to the next phase. What is the next phase? Independent, mainstream news here, brothers and sisters. See, we're looking. Bill Gates warns of smallpox terror attacks as he seek research funds. So he's on from the shot, because the majority of people, the sheeple, that they needed to get it, they have well beyond the number that they thought they would get. And of course, they won't have to worry about too much population growth. And that should pan out between the next 2-3 years so you can understand how damning that last campaign was. We're not going to see the results of that until about 2 or 3 years, but they're right on schedule with their depopulation. So he's already on the next one now. Bill Gates warns of smallpox terror attacks as he seeks research funds. Fair use.
I'm hoping in 5 years I can write a book called, We Are Ready for the Next Pandemic, but it'll take.
Yeah, he says we're ready for the next pandemic, folks. Wasn't it fun? Oh, yeah, it's fun for this guy.
Years I can write a book called, we are ready for the next pandemic, but it'll take tens of billions in R&D that the US and the UK will be part of that. It'll take probably about $1 billion a year for a pandemic task force.
Now, mind you, folks, it seems like this guy is wielding more power than the president. No one has voted this guy in anywhere, okay? His father was a straight eugenicist. His father was behind Planned Parenthood, the death of how many millions and millions of children. Boy, a chip off the old block.
Course at the WHO level, which is doing the surveillance and actually doing what I call germ games, where you practice. You say, okay, what if a bioterrorist brought smallpox to 10 airports? How would the world respond to that?
The same thing they did with the other virus. They said, suppose something leak out of a lab. In 2010, he stated, suppose there was a leak that would lead to a pandemic from a lab leak. And now this guy is saying, what? Suppose about 10 airports, some terrorists would bring smallpox. Folks, does that look like a guy who's afraid of diseases? Or does the notion of terrorizing the earth, does the thought of that bring Bill joy? Let's go again.
Force at the WHO level, which is doing the surveillance and actually doing what I call germ games, where you practice. You say, okay, what if a bioterrorist brought smallpox to 10 airports? How would the world respond to that?
Okay, so when it happens, you'll know who to look into.
That there's naturally caused epidemics and bioterrorism caused epidemics that could even be way worse than what we experience today. And yet the advances in medicine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's hear that once more. Once more. Let's hear it again. One second, folks.
We are ready for the next pandemic, but it'll take tens of billions in R&D that the US and the UK will be part of that. It'll take probably about $1 billion a year for a pandemic task force at the WHO level, which is doing the surveillance and actually doing what I call germ games.
Now, $1 billion a year, brothers and sisters, let alone under the pandemic, your tax money has gone into an emergency fund that have hyperinflated the dollar. That's why your food costs more money right now. So the money's not going to come out of thin air. This is the way they'll squeeze the economy to actually collapse the dollar.
Where you practice, you say, okay, what if a bioterrorist brought smallpox to 10 airports? How would the world respond to that? That there's naturally caused epidemics and bioterrorism caused epidemics that could even be way worse than what we experience today. And yet the advances in medical science should give us tools that, we could do dramatically better.
Now, folks, we're going to go into the Bible in a moment, but before I go there, here's the problem, brothers and sisters. Here's the problem. The problem is, he says, what's coming next will be way worse. And they made us believe that this was the worst thing that have happened since humanity. Since the beginning of all earth's, all plagues, this was the worst compared to all others. Folks, real-time news in Italy. The death toll in Italy has now been adjusted to less than 4,000 deaths. Okay. But I'm going to leave that there
We discussed that in the academy. I'm going to leave that there. But that Bill Gates said this yesterday, right? Now, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but here's from Yahoo News. Here's some news. What do we see here? Look at this, brothers and sisters, from my neck of the woods. Looky here. He said that the smallpox thing is going to be even worse than the con. They just, hold on, let me move this out of the way. 1 second here. He said, brothers and sisters, that the smallpox thing is going to be even worse than what the earth is experiencing right now. Look at this. Yahoo News, FBI investigating vials labeled smallpox found in lab near Philadelphia. Now, don't tell me we're not on it, folks. Why are they keeping everyone distracted? Right up under your nose, they're working on the next thing that will lead to what? Fewer employees being able to work after another outbreak that will lead to eventually the grid coming down. And then, hey, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, because then at the end of this, I'm going to be discussing why the Afghani refugees were brought into the United States of America and not that. While at the border near London, the same thing is happening where there's Polish people trying to get into the UK. The same story. But let's deal with it. Why are they now bringing all these numbers of people into the United States, into London, and into other areas? I'm going to go into that later. It comes together, folks. FBI investigates vials labeled smallpox found in lab near Philadelphia. Right? You think that's a coincidence? The same time Bill is talking about that here we have a story concerning the same disease? Isn't that what they used? Didn't the European use smallpox in the blankets of the North American Indians during one winter, killing off tens of thousands? The FBI and the Centers for Disease Control, they have always used diseases, folks, as a form of biowarfare. The FBI and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention are investigating questionable vials labeled smallpox found in a freezer last night at Merck facility outside Philadelphia. Now, who believes that this is just a story through coincidence? Or are they just telling you what the next phase is in their war on humanity? There were reportedly a total of 15 questionable vials, according to the unclassified for official use only alert, a copy of which was obtained by Yahoo News. 5 of the vials were labeled as smallpox, and 10 were labeled as Vaccinia. The vials were secured immediately. The discovery of the vials prompted a lockdown of the facility. Have you heard anything of like this on CNN News, folks? No. CNN News and the rest of the news going to continue the race baiting. Now that they can no longer use Trump, they have a trial now where they're going to use a judge to take up the white supremacist caricature that divides blacks against whites in the midst of a time in which they're looking to attack all of the citizens of the earth, regardless of your race. So that horse and monkey show that you see on CNN concerning a judge, look for him to now use all types of racial triggers so that now black people and others can argue about another racist. Okay, they've used up their Trump card now. They can no longer use that. So they're going to distract us with a judge they're going to claim is racist, and he'll just pick up the racist caricature. Okay? But really, there's nothing to see there. You need to be focused on what we're talking about right here. That's a distraction. Okay? Racial incinerated news stories meant to distract the masses. Okay? There's no indication There's no indication that anyone has been exposed to the small number of frozen vials. The frozen vials labeled smallpox were incidentally discovered by a laboratory worker. Oh, isn't that, he's a hero. A laboratory worker while cleaning out a freezer in a facility that conducts vaccine research in Pennsylvania, a CDC spokesperson told Yahoo News. Now, like Candace Owens said, years ago, they claimed that there will be a lab leak somewhere in the United States, and they just switched the story up. Eventually, it was Wuhan, China, but really the same narrative that was discussed at the World Summit went live, and that's exactly what the earth is living under right now. So she said, well, listen, the grid might go down. And when the grid go down, they're going to have to restructure the internet. They're going to claim the internet is gone as a result of hold on. 1 second. Hold on. 1 second here. Hold on, lawyer. 1 second, folks. Okay. Can y'all hear me clearly? Because for some reason my headphones aren't working. Can y'all hear me now? Yes? Help me out here. Can you all hear me? Yes? 1 second. Check 1, 2. Okay. This is better now.
Yeah, looks like your sound is still there.
Okay. Thank you, other lawyer. Thank you all. This thing went off. Don't worry about it. So the whole thing here is Candace Owens made it clear, brothers and sisters, that the World Summit discussed the pandemic that we're now under well before it happened. Okay? They discussed piece by piece what was going to happen before 2020, and this is what we're now living under. Now that the number of people they needed to get the stuff has it, they're now moving to the next phase, and now what's out there is smallpox. Now, you're going to see a lot of fake photo ops like this. These are just actors with clothes on for photo ops, okay? You're going to start seeing a lot of this. When you see pictures like this, a lot of these guys have been busted red-handed. Nothing is really going on here. These are usually pictures they use for media circulations, all right? They'll go in front of a building and put stuff on and act as if something really happened. You'll see a lot of these pictures. Don't pay no attention to it. More so pay attention to what they're saying here. And what they're saying is the same as Bill. Prepare for another bio attack. Okay? Smallpox is the next thing that they're looking to roll out. And what they're going to claim, listen to me clearly, they're going to claim that after what just happened under the Rona, compounded with the new pandemic, it's a total strain on the world's economy, And we're going to have to restructure everything because all of the money the United States citizens in the world have put into their countries has now went to emergency funds. And you know what? It will implode the world's currency. See? You notice he says billions and billions of dollars is going to cost for the smallpox thing. Well, no one asked Bill exactly where the money is going to come from. It's going to come from an emergency fund that will actually tax the people that the emergency is for, hyperinflating the dollar and making all folks of our products too expensive to purchase. Gas, food, land. It's a way of artificially imploding a society through emergencies. They've done this over and over and over and over again. After they've brought the world to their knees and made the earth weak through sicknesses like we're under now, every other day you're going to hear about somebody having a heart attack or miscarrying or having a stroke. You're going to hear about this every day now because, hey, the plan works flawlessly. Once the earth is too weak after they got the number down to a manageable number, then you're going to realize why people were let through the borders. That's right. At that time, that's right, disarming the citizens. You must weaken the population before disarming. Now, Elder Lawyer, are you with me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom. Let me bring you in real quick. Let me bring you in. Let me bring you in. Let me bring you in here. Elder Lawyer, you see the title, Elder Lawyer,
Yes.
Prepare for a Dark Winter. Prepare for the dark winter. A lot might happen this year, and we should be prepared just in case, because what? That's right. The world powers are signaling to the earth that they're on to the next phase of doing what? Imploding the earth. They're already talking about it.
Absolutely.
They've already started discussing this. As a matter of fact, Elder Lawyer, you was there in the academy where I brought out the information or the news summit speech headed by the Prince Charles, right? You were there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was mentioned by Prince Charles, Joe Biden and all the world leaders were at the summit sitting there with their mask on, and he was telling them straight up, it's time to deal with a Marshall type plan on the earth. Okay? A military grade action to save the earth under global warming. Okay? This is what he was saying. He said a military front on the earth. As if he was elected some type of leader over the earth. He told all the leaders, I'm going to go over it again this Friday, that the world is now prepared to receive the next phase in this. And that the world leaders must be in lockstep for the next go. Prince Charles. And then he said that, check this out, Elder Lawyer, you heard it also. He stated, he has billions at his disposal. He's saying that he has a plan. Now, the he, brothers and sisters, isn't Prince Charles. But he didn't tell us who the he was. He was talking to the summit and says he has a plan. He has billions at his disposal. He wasn't talking about Bill Gates. He never stated who the he is, which is a leader that all the world leaders must know and respect, being brought up during a New World Summit. He says he have billions at his disposal. Who? I'm going to tell you who they talking about. Satan. Their daddy. So they're on to the next phase. And folks, we're going into a dark winter. A dark winter. So the question here. I'm sorry. He says he has trillions. Excuse me. He didn't say billions. Thank you for correcting me. He said he has trillions at his disposal. Now, some people, if you're in the academy, you heard the whole speech. I played it in the academy. He says he has trillions. Now, how did he get trillions at his disposal, folks? Well, under a pandemic, the WHO take precedent where certain percentages of the world's treasury or a country's treasury can be taken over by an outside entity. So everything would be going as normal, but if a pandemic happens, they can come in under the world pandemic, the WHO, and say, nah, I don't care what y'all want to do with that money. It's a pandemic. 25% of that money or 30% of that money have to be utilized so that I can save your people. So under a pandemic, your tax dollars go to some people who you have no idea exist. So now he has trillions at his disposal. Now, we're going to open up the lines in a minute, Elder Lawyer, but what I need to ask the people is, what are they doing or what have they done to prepare for a dark winter? Because if we know anything, Elder Lawyer, these guys, they don't bluff. They put out what they're going to do, and eventually it's done. And they'll roll it out.
Right.
They'll roll it out as if they didn't discuss it, have a beta test about it, or even rehearse the same event through a drill. They'll roll it out as if they didn't even talk about it. They're gonna, if smallpox happens, brothers and sisters, they're gonna act like Bill Gates never said anything about it. They're gonna act as if the article I just read today never existed. It's gonna go live and they're gonna be like, smallpox. And the powers that be, Elder Lawyer, is gonna operate as if it's real time. They have the news, the power. They have the media to shape the narrative. I mean, look at how they went to war against Iraq. That was all media drumming up this hysteria. They have the power of media to drive any narrative home to make the sheeple believe it's so. Now, Elder Lawyer, so we're going to open up the calls, but before I do that, I need two scriptures real quick, because we're going to break down blow by blow according to scripture what's going to go down and what's really happening according to prophecy. Okay? They can't tell you why they're doing what they're doing, but I know why they're doing what they're doing. You know why? Because Prince Charles said it in the summit. I'm going to pull that summit up before this program is done. Prince Charles, Elder Lawyer, said, we have run out of time. We have run out of time. So they're on a clock that the majority of the earth doesn't know exists. We're just trying to live our lives, feed our families, work hard, and just be the best citizens, best people we can be in the earth. But no, folks, something is happening. Something is going on in the earth, folks. Okay. They don't need these particular countries anymore. The industrial age is finished. Their problem is, what are we going to do once the people realize that they've been duped? And on top of being duped, that there's no resources that we ever planned to sustain them past the industrial age. The people are going to riot. They're going to go nuts. They're going to go crazy when they realize that this dream we sold them was temporal. And that we really didn't have enough resources to sustain them in these cities. We only needed them to help us with the technological age to do what we need to do. As far as what? You got it. Travel on the outside of the firmament. We just needed to set up the people to operate to help us get from point A to point B. They're no longer needed. So the question is, what are we to do? How do we get through the dark winter? And if it doesn't happen this winter, there will be a dark winter, but we need to prepare as if it's going to happen now.
That's right.
Why? This is why. This is why. Elder Lawyer, I need you to go to Proverbs 22 and 3. Proverbs 22 and 3 first. And I need you to get Proverbs 27. I told you 27 earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
27 and 11 and whole 11. I'm going to do 11 and 12, right?
Okay.
So what are we doing to prepare? Because the elite powers, the spirits, the people that are running this earth, folks, they're right on schedule. Everything they said they're going to do, they're not bluffing. They said that they was warning people for years, since 2010, that one of the greatest hurts that can happen to the earth if one of the diseases leaked out of one of these laboratories. They weren't bluffing. They have changed the whole earth to a degree, corporate control, as well as they have segregated the earth, turned people one on another. They have put people, on, grown people, on 10-day timeouts called quarantine. They have made it where, let me tell you, they have made it where they can house arrest you without you committing a crime by saying, well, you may have something that you must stay in your house for 14 days. And guess what? The world went along with it lockstep. Even though it didn't make any sense, it told them that they were ready for the next phase. The people are ready to be rolled over. But it's about preparation, right? The question is, are we prepared? What happens if the grid go down, like Candace Owens stated? What happens? What happens, folks? What happens if you have to go through days without electricity? There is no internet. The phones go down. What? You think it can't happen? Hey, I've lived in countries where there was rolling electricity, where a whole country got used to having electric, a certain amount of hours, and then adjusted to, that's right, candles and substitute types of power until your scheduled hours come back for electricity. I've lived in countries like that. And people don't think it can happen here. Elder Lawyer, let's go to Proverbs.
Yes, sir.
Proverbs 22 and 3. Read that real quick.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 22, verse number 3. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself.
Read that again.
But a prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself.
A prudent man seeth the evil and hideth himself. Now, was it talking about going into a cave somewhere? No. That means this man or this woman has already thought of refuge under an evil circumstance or an impending evil circumstances to come. They already know how they'll shelter themselves through it. They've already thought about it. Read.
A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished.
But the what?
But the simple pass on and are punished.
But the simple passed on and are punished. See, you have to realize we're living in a time of a stupor, brothers and sisters, where common sense has left the earth. That's what the Bible talks about, stupor. Okay? So it talks about the simple, and we're going to discuss some of the behaviors of the simple. The simple does what?
The simple pass on and are punished.
Dangerous people are the simple. These are the people where you cannot reason with. Okay? You cannot get a logical answer from a simple, unreasonable person. Like, for instance, the other day I was talking to a guy and he was telling me about how irresponsible Kyrie Irving is. Elder lawyer. It was a brother. And I'm trying to really get through the brother a little bit. It was a brother discussing to me how ridiculous Kyrie Irving is and how irresponsible he is. And I'm like, what do you mean I'm like, talk to me. What's wrong with Kyrie Irving? He says, well, the problem with Kyrie Irving is he's selfish and he don't realize that he's walking around and he can harm other people. I'm like, brother, harm other people with what? He said the virus. I'm like, brother, Kyrie Irving don't have the virus. And you should have seen the look. You should have seen Elder Lawyer, the blank stare he looked when reason was spoken in the room. It's like he just went blank. It's like I was talking to a cardboard cutout. I said, brother, Kyrie Irving doesn't have the virus. So I don't know what's going on with the media, but through their programming, they're making people think that those who don't have the shot, that these people actually have the virus. Is that it? But I'm going to tell you, Elder Lawyer, you could have heard a church mouse pee on cotton when I said Kyrie doesn't have the virus. And he was just staring me at a blank, simple as the days old. So how is he threatening somebody walking around like he used to, and he doesn't have a virus? And that's why the Bible says the simple pass away. And that's what's going to happen. They've already moved to the next phase of this, talking smallpox, because they have the number of people who have already fell for the bait. And I'm going to tell you, the earth is going to look a lot different within the next 2-3 years. Because people blindly simply followed this stuff without understanding what was going on, we're going to hear about more people falling out through heart attacks. We're going to hear about infant mortality rates going up. We're going to hear about fertility, sterility. We're going to hear about all types of stuff. Bill Gates and what they said, I mean, this plan, it was diabolically genius. Elder Lawyer, and you should have heard the veracity in this brother's voice against Kyrie Irving. I'm like, brother, Kyrie didn't do nothing to you, brother. What's wrong with you? He's selfish. He only think about himself. Da 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 da. You know what I mean? He's going to get somebody hurt. I'm like, how he's going to get somebody hurt? He can kill, as if Kyrie can walk into a restaurant and kill somebody for being in a restaurant. And I said, brother, Kyrie doesn't have a virus. He wasn't tested positive for anything. So how's he dangerous? He's like, well, you could see a question mark just pop up on his head, over his head, like a cardboard cutout. It's like, if these are the people we have to depend on during a dark winter, our people are in trouble.
That's right.
Our people are in trouble. Read that again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. The book of Proverbs, chapter 27, verse number 11.
Read it.
My son, be wise and make my heart glad, that I may answer him that reproacheth me. Verse 12. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished.
But the simple pass on and are punished. And you know what, Elder Lawyer? You know what how they're keeping the people simple and divided? I mean, Elder Lawyer, this was diabolically genius. What they're doing is putting out the caveat or the air of normalcy and making everyone believe that there's opportunities that were never available before so that they can financially grandize themselves. Right? One thing about the struggle makes one focus. Right? So they flooded our neighborhoods with all these particular loans and stimulus and this, that, and the other. A lot of people didn't even go, they're paying people not to work.
Right.
And then they flooded the market with what? Having girls join OnlyFans, which is nothing but modern day prostitution, where now you can show your feet pics or their behind pics, or they doing all these, these satanic sexual activities on film for membership. So here it is, people now, instead of coming together with families, preparing, doing things, financially bringing their money together, everyone is becoming an individual and an entrepreneur. By them flooding the market with opportunities so that no one has another person to depend on when the lights go out. Now, let me show you this. Elder Lawyer, if you can, go to Proverbs 22 for me. You went to 22. Let's go to 27. Which one did you go to? 22?
Yep, I read 22 as well as 27.
Okay, let's read 27 again.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 27, verse 12.
Read it.
A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself.
And hideth himself, read.
But the simple pass on and are punished.
But the simple pass on and are punished. And go back to Proverbs 22 and 3 for me real quick. The 22nd chapter and the 3rd verse. And while you're going there, Elder Lawyer, I would like to show this. This is a joke right here. This is from the Washington Politics. Kamala. Oh my goodness, what a joke. Our on prostitution, Another Kamala Harris reversal. Harris wants to decriminalize prostitution. Previously called idea completely ridiculous. So this is how they get on both sides of the argument to tell everyone that they're looking to do what? Legalize prostitution, which has now made the internet the pimp, where now girls from the safety of their homes can charge themselves or can make arrangements to financially grandize themselves on levels unimagined. Now, what they're not saying is the large number of our young girls now throughout the whole country has come up missing and are dead already. But I'm going to tell you, the conversation amongst young girls in high school and all that is getting online and selling. That's right, OnlyFans. A lot of them are doing it. Now, why am I showing this? The same time they planning all these events, brothers and sisters, against society to one day even cut off all the electricity. They're inundating the market with finances and distraction to keep people separate. Make it where guys are not looking to defend their families and bring their family together in case of a dark winter. And women aren't looking to link in like they used to because they can easily find finances and security by going after their own bag. I mean, what a plan. Christ said a nation divided against itself cannot stand. Dividing people chasing all of these entrepreneurships and money and all that. Why do you think they're flooding the market right now and making it easy for everyone to access finances? It's a distraction. Elder Lawyer, let's go back to the city part. Breaking down the city. Why? I'm gonna show y'all, brothers and sisters, where we're headed. They've already through this pandemic that they call it. They've already conditioned the whole earth, especially in America, for the next phase of this. They've already gotten people used to what? Someone telling you you can't travel from one place to the next, or you must stay in your house or in a hotel weeks on end. You cannot gather amongst your loved ones for a certain amount of time. They've already conditioned the earth to live under military rule without shooting one shot. They've already conditioned the people to live under military rule. Think about it. Social distancing, 6 feet apart. Well, that's how the prisoners were held during Abu Ghraib in Iraq. They had to stand 6 feet apart. That's right. When Bush invaded Iraq, the people had to stand in line 6 feet apart, in so much to avoid what? Some level of, so that the military can avoid some insurrection or a coup coming together or a terrorist group coming together, whatever the case is. If they were out in public, they had to stay 6 feet apart. So already they have conditioned the United States and others to live under a military rule without shooting one shot. The conditioning has begun. Okay? Elder Lawyer, I need you to read that, what the next steps are. What they're telling people what the next steps are, which is the Bible says Jacob's trouble. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. 2 Ezra chapter 15, verse 14.
Let's read it.
Woe to the world and them that dwell therein.
Okay. Also, before you say that, the brother Hayes, who's a pastor, if you call in, give your number again to Elder Ramar. Ramar, if Pastor Hayes calls in, the brother that was a pastor, make sure you take his number and lock it in your phone, okay? It was on this desk and the papers are all over the place, so I'm sorry. I apologize for that, brother. I will call you. But read that again.
2nd Esdras, chapter 15, verse 14. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein, for the sword and their destruction draweth nigh. And one people shall stand up and fight against another, and swords in their hands.
And lawyer, to
When
some
there shall be
lawyer,
sedition-
to some degree, this has already begun. Like I said, Elder Lawyer, you should have seen the veracity, the straight disgust in this brother's voice who was talking about Kyrie. And I'm like, brother, you act as if Kyrie, how can you let the media turn you away, turn you against your own people for nothing? This is why I support Kyrie. I support Aaron Rodgers. I support anyone that I see that has enough common sense to understand what's going on. Why? Because when it all breaks down, who do you want to be around? Would you rather be around that guy I was talking sense into? Or Aaron Rodgers and Kyrie Irving? So it already started where people have done what? They have actually identified people who did nothing against them as enemies already. And see, and this is why I love the Bible. The Bible says, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. You can't run around and claim someone has something they don't have. That's a sin. And you can't treat me as if I'm walking around with something with no proof. That's bearing false witness. But we're under a stupor. The Bible tells us that people are going to start. I'm going to tell you, this is how the war will happen. It's starting on what? On a citizen level already. Well, we can walk around and look at someone who's doing nothing against us as an enemy. Who did nothing against us. So when the enemy comes, instead of you standing with your brother or sister against the enemy, what's going to happen? Both of you will fall by the edge of the sword. Bearing false witness. Read that again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. 2nd Esdras, chapter 15, verse number 15. For the sword and their destruction draw up nigh, and one people shall stand up and fight against another, and swords in their hands.
And swords in their hand. Modern day swords, we know are what? You got it. Guns. Read.
For there shall be sedition among men, and invading one another. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, and the course of their action shall stand in their power.
Invading one another, folks. Invading one another. Folks, when you see immigration, when you view immigration, you have to understand the military component. The military component of immigration. Understand what happens when socially thousands upon thousands of people from another country is brought into another country. They are more on code and solidarity through the spirit of survival than the people they are actually replacing. It's a military act. When you see a lot of people coming into a country from another country, that's social engineering. People who are used to operating one amongst another in unity. So what happens if these people eventually get citizenship? Because that's right, Biden and others are looking to rush to make immigrant citizens on equal terms with the people in the communities who are divided, and incentivize these people and say, well, listen, if you stand with us, you will be their replacement. Huh? So, folks, I'm telling you how it's going to go down. Eventually, a lot of these people who are coming in will be deputized against citizens. They will be. And under the law, they're going to say, well, I'm just doing my job. Get on a train. I'm just doing my job. But you know what? These people from other countries like Afghanistan and others, they don't have no skin in the game. It's nothing for them to put on a uniform and do exactly what they're told. See? There's a rendition going on, folks. There's a rendition happening. And these people are coming in, and believe me, these people are not coming in just to mow lawns, folks. I'll tell you that right now. It's going to be chaos, not just in America, throughout the whole earth. The Bible talks about this. They're strategically putting people in place to war against those who are divided, those who don't realize prophetically where we are in time. So you can believe CNN and all refugees. Oh my God, they're coming into the country, Afghanis. Nah, folks. You think they're coming in just to sell lemonade and fruit baskets on the corner? We're reading what's going on. Read it. Come on.
Yes, sir. If I can mention this as well, it says, they shall not regard their kings nor princes, and the course of their actions shall stand in their power. We've seen elements of this during the pandemic, and we're still kind of seeing elements of this now, where you're seeing even rifts and disobedience amongst the ranks in government, where mayors are not taking heed to governors and vice versa, and governors are not taking heed to the president or what have you. A mandate is put forth, and a particular state says we're not going to follow that, or a particular state says we're not going to follow this. We're seeing elements of that taking place as we speak.
Yeah. Even the fact, Elder Lawyer, that they have shown, even though a lot of that stuff is straight, a circus show.
Absolutely.
But what they allowed the earth to see with the storming of the Capitol. Okay?
Right.
That was in of itself showing what? Anarchy being allowed. Okay? Right now, that was showing what? The weakness of a country that would allow their citizens, even if the optics was staged, to show America in a weak posture to a degree that people could storm the Capitol without any fear. Okay? Okay? I'm going to tell you, that's why it says that last piece you brought out is clear, is they're not going to care about the authority, the rank and order, who's in charge. It's going to be anarchy, chaos. Come on, Other Lawyer. Great point.
Yes, sir. 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse number 17. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able.
Read that again.
A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able.
This is in the Bible, brothers and sisters. That's why they don't want you in the Christian church reading the Apocrypha. Elder Lawyer, who would have ever thought that we would live at a time in America where in order to go into another city, they would ask, or the government would ask, where is your papers?
Right.
Where is your papers? Who would have ever thought? Who would have ever thought that could actually happen in America? It says they will think to go into another city. Now, it doesn't matter, folks, what the news been saying concerning the pandemic. You know one thing that never stopped? Check out all the constructions that are being done on your roads. You notice that never stopped. Even when the people were fearful the first couple of weeks when we were told, go in the house for 2 weeks, and then after that, everything will go back to normal. Remember that? It's been over 2 years. Even that first couple of weeks when people didn't know what it was and stayed in their home, when we went outside, we noticed a lot of cameras was up. A lot of 5G was up. Somebody was outside working. The roads were still, look how much construction is being done coast to coast throughout the United States on roads. It's Bible prophecy, not just here. America is just catching up to where the UK and other countries are already under. They've been doing this. Their roads been like this for the longest, where they don't need police. If you run a light, you speed, the ticket comes in the mail. So they were able to fast track all that and put United States exactly where the UK is when it comes to surveillance. I've never thought I would live. I never thought, Elder Lloyd, we read about it, but I didn't know what they would use to give them the authority to ask people for their papers. And it starts off with, where's your vaccine card? Where's your vaccine card? It says you will think to go into another city and will not be able to. They was cutting people off from going into different parts of Texas from Louisiana. All of that were actual what? Beta tests, test runs for what they're going to do leading up to the war. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 18. For because of their pride,
because
the
of their
city
what?
shall be troubled. For because of their pride, the city shall be troubled.
The city shall be troubled. Read.
The houses shall be destroyed.
The houses shall be destroyed, and what?
And men shall be afraid.
And men shall be afraid. Y'all see the title? Prepare for a dark winter. You see the title. You see the title. Now, what I'm going to do, Elder Lawyer, I'm going to play this once more, and then I'm going to have you read the rest, and we'll open up the lines. But the question is, and I'm going to ask right off, have any of you prepared? Spiritual and otherwise. That means if the grid go down today, if there was no electricity tonight, can you say right out that you would have enough to be able to, for you and your family to survive a month, 2 weeks, a week? What if you had a plan to get to your family's house and now you can't travel from city to city? How much do you have in your home that can sustain you until the smoke clears? These are all great questions. Great questions. I'm going to play this, Elder Lawyer, real quick.
Yes, sir.
But play this real quick once more. One moment.
Sir, I thought you didn't give pretty girls tickets.
You're right, we don't.
Hold on.
Sign here.
Hold on. It is right here. I'll play it once more. Candace Owens had a question. Of course, her being on the inside, she said the World Summit was discussing something of great importance that we should hear.
What would you do if they brought the power grid down? And by they, I mean if the government purposefully brought the power grid down. I'm asking that question because the World Economic Forum is predicting that a cyber pandemic, you can look this up, they've been running exercises about it this year, is inevitable. You're probably saying, what is a cyber pandemic? Doesn't make any sense.
A
First and foremost,
cyber
the reason I'm
pandemic.
even paying attention to the World Economic Forum and their exercises is because they notoriously, in 2019, ran an exercise for a coronavirus pandemic that oddly all became true. I mean, without one slight difference, they said that the coronavirus was going to escape from a wet market in South America. Of course, when the coronavirus swept the world in 2020, they said that it escaped from a wet market in China. You can still look that up, by the way. That's not a conspiracy theory. They simulated that coronavirus pandemic. It was the World Economic Forum in collaboration with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, in collaboration with Johns Hopkins University. The website is still up, and they say, the coronavirus pandemic is inevitable, and then boom, it happened the very next year. People say it's a conspiracy theory to believe that they knew that the coronavirus pandemic was going to happen. You don't have to believe it was a conspiracy theory, or you can believe it wasn't a conspiracy theory. The point is that they made the prediction, they called it inevitable, and then it happened. So for me personally, that signals to me that I should probably pay attention the next time the World Economic Forum makes a prediction and calls it inevitable. And lo and behold, they are predicting that a cyber pandemic is going to happen and that it is once again inevitable. So if you look into the exercise that they have run this year, I believe they ran it in July. They've been meeting and talking about the cyber pandemic, what it would look like. Essentially, their idea is that they're going to have to sanitize the internet because a bug, think of it as like a coronavirus for your computer, is going to sweep globally, and the only way they're going to be able to stop this bug from infecting everything is to effectively shut down the internet, right? And they were talking about bringing down the power grid in an effort to do this. So imagine the government bringing down the power grid, and you would not have access to anything that required an electrical charge. If this sounds crazy, dystopian, and like a nightmare to you, first and foremost, this happens in other countries, right? Obviously, in Cuba, when the government needs to stop people from communicating, they just bring down the power grid, right? When the uprisings were happening in Cuba, I believe that was earlier this year. Coronavirus time feels like, I don't know if it was the end of last year or early this year. They just brought down the entire electrical grid. But of course, Western nations would never do something like that. If they do it, it's because they need to do it, not because they're becoming evil communist dictators, but because they would need to do it for our benefit. What would you do if they brought the power grid down? And
What
by they,
would
I
you
mean
do?
The government purposefully brought
What-
the power grid down.
what
I'm asking
would
that
you
question
do
because the
if-
world's economic
What would you do if they brought the power grid down? Now, they didn't tell you that while they were telling people in America that you got to get the shot, this, that, and the other, that they was actually doing a mock drill of a cyber pandemic in July. They're already on to the next thing. They kept people distracted, inundated the earth with money and checks to keep people distracted. Only to put out that they're looking to put the earth into darkness, a dark winter. On top of that, shutting down the internet because the internet is telling too much truth, and they really cannot run their fake psyops on the earth the way they would like to, with so many people communicating. So a lot of what they would like to bring forth through their lying media isn't working, and it isn't effective because most people are communicating with one another. So they're saying, well, we have a fix for that. We'll take the internet down. So the Bible tells us that when you know it's coming and you've been told it's coming and don't prepare, then you get what you get. See? The Bible tells us that. You get what you get. You get what you prepare for. Now, it's my position as a watchman, knowing the Bible, to not just talk about what I'm doing. Well, hey, it's about my house. Well, no. There was 7 years of plenteous during the time of Egypt, where Joseph prepared the earth by doing what? He preserved the earth by storing during the time of plenteous. Brothers and sisters, right now, you notice everyone through the internet and other ways can actually make quick finances. Someone can go from broke to rich in no time. Cryptocurrency, you name it. We're in a time of plenteous. But when the lights go off, what are you going to have to show for it? Anything that you have made during the plenteous time, did you put anything into preserving your family alive in the dark? Keep in mind, a nation divided against itself cannot stand. So I'm going to open up the lines. Elder Lawyer, before that, I'm going to let you through. I'm going to ask the people outright, have you even thought about it? Okay, it's not a probability or a possibility. It's inevitable that these things will happen, folks. One day, like the nuclear grids that the majority of our electric comes from, it was one time the earth didn't have that technology. One day, the electric grid is going to go down and never come back. It's inevitable. So, Elder Lawyer, I'm going to put it out there for the people. Are they preparing for a dark winter? If something was to happen, what exactly have you put in place for your family to sustain yourself alive is the question. Elder Lawyer, I'm gonna parlay it to you here. The floor is yours before I open up the lines.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm going to say for tonight, let's go straight to the calls. Very interested to hear what the brothers and sisters have to say concerning this topic. Obviously, this is something that we have been discussing as far as preparation and this particular time that we're in, even though, let's say maybe 5, 7, even 10 years ago, we didn't know the exact mechanism they would use, or we didn't know the methodology that would be set in place. For example, we didn't think that it would be a pandemic that they would use in order to bring this to pass. But nonetheless, we have been discussing for years that this time would come in which, we would no longer be able to depend on the system based on the fact that it's going under pretty much, I'm just going to say it, a mark of the beast system.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people may not believe that, may not understand that, but that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing things draw closer to the mark of the beast system. Okay? Now it's becoming more evident than it has been in the past. Again, I mentioned the fact that we've been saying this for years, maybe 10 years, 7 years, 5 years ago, we were mentioning these things. But because it seemed like, year after year, you would have certain things that would be mentioned as far as events that were supposed to happen, but didn't quite come to pass exactly as it was being drummed up.
Yeah.
So it gets to a point where people start to look and say, well, is it really going to, are things really going to come to pass? Are things really going to happen? Is it going to be in our lifetime? People start to question, but nonetheless, I think what happened these past 2 years was really a wake-up call to show you that it's not going to be a thing where you can just look and automatically you're going to know when things are going to pop off. It's going to be unexpected. It's going to be, you're going to wake up in the morning and it's just going to be, life is no longer going to be what it was the day before. And I think that if you didn't see that this past 2 years, then definitely, or if you didn't see that beforehand, you definitely saw it in these past 2 years. So definitely anything, as the sister stated in the video, the fact that they pretty much gave a layout, blow by blow. If you look at that what is it called? The Event 201 video, which they try to call it, everything they try to call conspiracy theory. But, the way that they were able to go blow by blow, demonstrating everything from start to finish as it pertains to the pandemic and then it happened exactly as is presented in the video, you have to be a fool, as we showed in the scriptures. You have to be simple to now hear them drumming up something else. Now talking about the power grid. Now speaking about the power grid and the possibility of that going down, and believe that, well, it's just talk. It's just another one of those things that they're talking about, they're looking into. But you will have to be simple in order to believe that it's just talk. We're in a time right now where they're having these discussions, and almost immediately after they have these, what they would like you to believe, hypothetical scenarios, hypothetical discussions as far as what they think or what they want you to think might happen, could possibly happen. Well, it turns from hypothetical to reality very quickly these days.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely, I want to hear what brothers and sisters have to say as far as their preparation in this time, and just the reality of what we're seeing come to pass, and the fact that everything that you have been telling your family members, everything that you've been hearing and warning them about, and them telling you you're crazy. How does it feel now for your quote unquote, your conspiracy theories and your jargon and your madness to be coming to pass at such a vast rate?
Yeah.
So definitely, let's go to the calls.
Okay, I'm about to go there. Okay, brothers and sisters, before I go to the calls, let me put this out there. We still are open for enrollments with the Hebrew and Bible Academy. We're only in week 4. This week's lesson is Who is Edom? I'm going to go into the knowledge of the Edomites, who they are, and their true Canaanite religion. Okay, that they're hiding through Christianity today. The Christianity we see today has nothing to do with the practices and the institution that was set up under Christ and the disciples. So I'm going to go into the Edomites and show you the Edomites' secret religion, which is a Canaanite religion. And guess what? The pigs is the chief abominable animal of the Canaanites and Esau. Okay? Esau loves the pig. He uses the pig for everything in rituals, rites, and sacrifices. This is why our God, the God of Israel, tells us that swine is an abomination. The Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Edomites would use this animal and weaponize this animal against society for its sacrifices. That's right. So I'm going to be going into that this coming Sunday. Also, I would like to talk about this real quick. We had a good time last week breaking down Abraham's seed and the lie that they're talking about inside the Christian church, that there is no chosen people anymore. You're one under Christ, and all these lies they're bringing forth. We tore that down last week, but we're going to jump right in, Elder Lawyer, this week 4. Who is Edom? Because why? The Christian church would have us believe that even though we know who Israel is, that Esau, his nemesis, his arch enemy in the Bible, has disappeared off the earth. We know the Ishmaelites are. We know who they are. They're the Arabs that's over Islam. We're going to be dealing with them in the academy too. We know who Israel or the Israelites are in the Bible, at least because even the Jewish people claim to be those people. Even though we all know that we're the true people, right? You know that, right? But anyway, we're the children of Israel, folks. So we know who the Israelites are. We know who Ishmael is, the Arabs. But no one can find that little pesky little guy that always causes trouble in the Bible by the name of Edom or Esau. He tried to hide himself as Japheth. He tried to hide himself as Israel, as Arab. Hey, when he come to the Americas, he even became a $5 Indian and called himself, you know what I mean? Called himself a chief Indian. Well, we're going to identify who is Edom according to the Bible, and you'll know beyond any shadow of a doubt, who is the nemesis written of in Scripture. Who's Edom? Coming up this Sunday. Also, outside of that, we're going into, Elder Lawyer, week 5, I'm going to go into, because there's a segue in between my brotherhood lessons that I'm doing on Thursdays with the men in the church. I'll be going into the divide between man and woman. Week 5. The divide between man and woman. And the divide is there. Why? Because either of these two want to take accountability for their purpose in creation. The man or the woman in this world today will not take accountability according to their original role. That's the divide. I'm going to be going into that. Okay. I'm going to also be talking, because I noticed, especially with the advent of Kevin Samuels and the manosphere, what I notice is that there's an all-out attack on sisters, black sisters in particular, in the manosphere, right? And guess what? What I want to address in that is that not everything that Kevin Samuels say is incorrect. It's incendiary, because a lot of what he say is true. That's what makes it damning above all, is because some things he be saying, need to be fixed, right? But all in all, sisters cannot be demonized for being women. There's certain things that's in the nature of a woman that it isn't that she's evil or wrong. She's a woman. The Bible says, give honor to the woman as the weaker vessel. We can't expect her to be a man. So it's like women are being attacked for being women. And that's the piece that's the piece that need to be corrected. Okay? A woman cannot be attacked for wanting security and doing what she need to get that security. She don't have the strength of a man to do what a man would do to secure herself. And some people might think that, well, hold up, that's conniving, that's slick. No, it's what she's doing. She needs to dive into the nature of a woman for security. Okay? When there's no man around, she still has to secure things. And I'm going to be talking about that, because I won't agree with everything sisters are doing out there, but all in all, you cannot attack a sister for being having the nature of a woman. That's wrong. So I'm going to be talking about that. All right. So,
yes, sir.
The divide between man and woman, and we're just going to be dealing with it scripture wise. No opinion. No opinion. No opinion. Okay. So, but one thing I do agree with him when he says, why can't we just settle for who's out there? Why do we want all these extravagant things? At one time, it was okay just being with a brother or a sister and just growing your family together. Why is it that everyone has to be bosses? Everyone has to be, that's one thing I do agree with him with, because now
right,
our expectations are unrealistic for each other. On either side, we have all these lofty expectations, and it's leading us to be enemies one against another with all these expectations. When the expectation of the lawyer should be what? To serve the living God in the original nature and role he made for both of us. And that leads us to coming together in these times, because Satan wants us against each other. Why? What will happen when the lights go out? Who's there to protect us? This is exactly what Satan wants. So I'm going to be talking about that week 5, the wedge between man and woman. And we're going to be talking about that strictly with scripture. No blaming people, no nothing. Here are the roles according to God. Period. And if we're not doing these things, this is where we're falling short. We've all made mistakes in the past, right? It's not about going back there. It's about understanding our role now and walk in that position, right? That role. I wanted to put that out there, right? Next thing I wanted to say on your screen real quick, therein, the cell blocks are in. Okay, I've just put it on your screen. As you can see, the cell blocks are in. I have a few of those with me right here. The cell blocks are in. That's right. I have some right here. You put your phone in here, and guess what? Your phone disappears. 100% leather. Way better material than the other companies. I wanted to make sure our stuff was on another level as far as durability as well as usability. You put your phone in here. It has Wi-Fi protective shields on the inside. Your phone disappears. It's called cell blocks. We make those. See that? You put it on your belt loop, brothers. It's like a holster. You got your belt loop here, like a holster. Your phone disappears, cell blocks. You can go right to the website and order these. I believe it. A lot of that going to come in handy. Throw your stuff in and disappear. We also have, as you can see on the screen, lap locks, which are the bags, very durable leather bags we have made for you. Throw your phone in, throw your laptop in, and guess what? Your signal, you are off the grid. It comes in the colors black and taupe. See? So this is what we're doing. We're making sure we're giving you all the tools you need to do what you need to do. Lap locks and cell blocks. Okay? So not only will you be supporting the work, you get these, and guess what? These things are durable, they're nice, and will last. Okay? So I want to put that out there. So if y'all want to get these particular tools, these bags, put your phone in, you disappear. Your signal gone. Put your laptops in, your signal's gone. Because when it's time to roll and move around, you want to become untrackable, untraceable, and these will do exactly that. I've already tested them. Excellent. Okay. And thank you for all those who support. I want to see y'all in the academy who's Edom, historytimes.org, and get the bags. Believe me, they'll come in handy. Okay. Get the bags. Make sure you get those. All right. All right. So I need y'all to hold tight. We're going to open up the lines, and I need to ask you right out, what are you doing to prepare yourself for a dark winter? We'll be right back. One moment. I'll call you right back, okay, Elder Lawyer? All right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Blog Talk Radio.
Okay, I'm in. Let's open up the lines for my people. Let's open up the lines. I need to ask you right out, what are you doing to prepare yourself for this dark winter? All right, we're going to start off with Travis from the area code 919.
Shalom.
Shalom, Travis. You're live with you're live with the Gathered of Christ Church. Where you from? Location.
Out of the DMV, but
Hey, how you doing, Travis? From the DMV. I I'm sure. I think for the feast coming up, the Feast of Dedication, we're gonna do that with the DMV. So it's gonna be nice. So I'll see you down there. But talk to us. Talk to me.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I just want to add. I was in a week-long conference last week in Miami, right?
Yeah.
It was disguised as it was disguised. Well, I want to say disguised. It was a crypto conference, right? Well, let me tell you what these other nations doing. It was broken down in 3 sectors. It was all the information about the World Economic Forum, inflating the dollar. See, I tell you what Esau is doing. The other nations, they're using crypto. Cryptocurrency is far. The gains of cryptocurrency with the dollar. You know what that is, and they're taking that cryptocurrency and turning it into something tangible. And there was another component with it regarding multiple passports. Like I said, not getting one passport, getting multiple passports. So you flee to one country, you go to the next, whatever. So it's all about being on the run. And the next aspect.
If you really want to lose,
the next aspect of the conference was health. They had a herbalist there that has been totally. I never heard of the guy, but I know why, because CNN, anything, he's totally against, the pharmaceuticals, like Dr. Burst. And he was, telling people about, what foods you eat, get sun, don't eat seed oil. I mean, so yeah, the other nations are prepping while we, what we do. So yeah, that's what I want to add. So Esau is getting ready for the onslaught. And one more thing too. I this just came about. Colombia, I guess they caved in to the World Economic Forum. Colombia's a poor country. Vaccine passport, so you can't go. You can go into Colombia, but you can't go to no restaurants. You can't even be part of society without that juice. And Costa Rica too. So yeah, so it's things that heat up on the earth, Elder.
All right, thank you, brother, and I hope to see you when I get down there. All right.
Yeah.
All right, bless you.
Yes, sir. I'll beat up.
All right, bless you. All right, I'm going to take the next call. Before I take the next call real quick, fair use. Let's see what Prince Charles is saying concerning the next phase of all of this. Now, fortunately for these the Satanists, it's fortunate that the majority of the earth listened and believed what they were saying. So there's a few people they're not going to have to worry about in a few years. All right. So here's the next phase. Let's talk about what they're doing behind closed doors. What are they planning for your life next? Let's see. We showed some of this in the academy, folks. Y'all got to get in that academy. But I'm going to share some of this with you. We broke it down. I'm not going to have to break it down. He'll tell you. Fair use for educational uses only. Fair use. Fair use. These are the guys who that planned your future. They was in a forum not too long ago, a summit, and said that they was going to do what they're doing right now, the stuff that's going into you. Yeah, this was their plan for you.
Cross-border threat can be. Climate change and biodiversity loss are no different. In fact, they pose an even greater existential threat, to the extent that we have to put ourselves on what might be called a warlike footing.
A warlike footing. So climate change is even worse than coronavirus, folks.
Having myself had the opportunity of consulting many of you over these past 18 months, I know you all carry a heavy burden on your shoulders, and you do not need me to tell you that the eyes and hopes of the world are upon you. To act with all dispatch and decisively, because time has quite literally run out.
Y'all see that, folks? Time has literally run out. So who's been keeping time here?
The recent IPCC report gave us a clear diagnosis of the scale of the problem. We know what we must do. With a growing global population creating ever-increasing demand on the planet.
So the problem is a growing population. So notice the continual problem, folks, are too many people. So who's going to listen to their, who's going to actually follow these solutions and volunteer themselves as a sacrifice for the earth? A few people have already done so.
And its finite resources, we have to reduce emissions urgently and take action to tackle the carbon already in the atmosphere, including from coal-fired power stations.
Coal-fired power stations. So we have to attack the emissions that's already in the air. In a nutshell, we have to turn off some of the power. We have to turn off some of the power. There's too much power in the earth. Too many people. Too many people, and we have to turn off the lights for a minute.
Putting a value on carbon, thus making carbon capture solutions more economical, is therefore absolutely critical.
Oh, there's another carbon problem, folks. It's people breathing. People breathing is adding to the pollution in the earth. Okay? But I think they've fixed some of that already.
Similarly, after billions of years of evolution, nature is our best teacher. In this regard, restoring natural capital, accelerating nature-based solutions, and leveraging the circular bioeconomy will be vital to our efforts. As we tackle this crisis, our efforts cannot be a series of independent initiatives running in parallel. The scale and scope of the threat we face call for a global systems-level solution based on radically transforming our current fossil fuel-based economy to one that is genuinely renewable and sustainable.
Folks, when he say fossil fuel, I'm going to translate for you. He's talking about the gas going into your cars. They don't want any cars on the road. See? But in order to do so, they must hyperinflate the currency to a degree in which people cannot pay for gasoline. See, it's a slow kill. They're not going to just say, stop you from driving. They're just going to just make it too expensive for you to drive.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my plea today is for countries to come together to create the environment that enables every sector of industry to take the action required.
Okay, now who believed that America gained its independence from England? Who still believe that farce? Okay? Because don't forget, it's Prince Charles speaking as the keynote speaker with Biden in the audience taking notes.
We know this will take trillions, not billions of dollars. We also know that countries, many of whom are burdened by growing levels of debt, simply cannot afford to go green. Here we need a vast military-style campaign to marshal the strength of the global private sector.
Did he say a military solution? And people dealing with OnlyFans, they arguing with their families, they talk, nation against nation. People can't even get along. We can't even plan anything together, let alone get together to store a little food and can some goods. Folks, they're lockstep to the next phase of this. Okay, I'm going to bring you in 1 second, Gabar. I'm going to bring you right in.
With trillions at his disposal.
Hold up.
Far beyond.
Hold up now. With trillions at his disposal. Who is his?
Marshal the strength of the global private sector. With trillions at his disposal.
At whose disposal? With trillions at his disposal. Who is his? I got an idea. We wrestle not with flesh and blood.
Cannot afford to go green. Here we need a vast military-style campaign to marshal the strength of the global private sector.
A lot of people thought the Bible wasn't
with
real, huh?
trillions at his disposal, far beyond global GDP, and marshal the strength.
So whoever he is far beyond the global GDP. So whoever this is has more than all countries put together. How many of you don't believe the Bible is true now, folks? How many of you don't believe now that there's entities, evil entities working behind closed doors leading countries?
Afford to go green. Here we need a vast military-style campaign to marshal the strength of the global private sector. With trillions at his disposal, far beyond global GDP, and with the greatest respect, beyond even the governments of the world's leaders, it offers the only real prospect of...
Who has more than all the world leaders together, folks? Folks, Prince Charles didn't misspeak here. Everyone in the room know who he's talking about. But the rest of the people in the earth are asleep. We told y'all years ago who's really running things, folks.
With trillions at his disposal, far beyond global GDP, and with the greatest respect, beyond even the governments of the world's leaders, it offers the only real prospect of achieving fundamental economic transition. So, how do we do it? First, how do we get the private sector all pulling in the same direction? After nearly 2 years now of consultation, CEOs have told me that we need to bring together global industries to map out, in very practical terms, what it will take to make the transition. We know from the pandemic that the private sector can speed up timelines dramatically when everyone agrees on the urgency and the direction.
Didn't we tell you, folks, that this was the test run before the mark of the beast? The private sector was lockstep with the what? With the industry, with the, you got it, the governments, the corporate sectors, the business sectors. They're talking about bringing forth the mark of the beast, folks. Listen.
Global industries to map out, in very practical terms, what it will take to make the transition. We know from the pandemic that the private sector can speed up timelines dramatically when everyone agrees on the urgency and the direction.
Okay.
So each sector needs a clear strategy to speed up the process of getting innovations to market. Second, who pays and how? We need to align private investment behind these industry strategies to help finance the transition efforts, which means building the confidence of investors so that the financial risk is reduced. Crucially, investment is needed to help transition from coal to clean energy. If we can develop a pipeline of many more sustainable and bankable projects at a sufficient scale, it will attract greater investment. Third, which switches do we flick to enable these objectives?
Which switches do we flick to enable these objectives? What can we use that the people will go along with? What's our next event that would have the people lockstep into what? The mark of the beast, New World Order. Guess what? They already flicked the switch. Corona.
More than 300 of the world's leading CEOs and institutional investors have told me that alongside the promises countries have made, their nationally determined contributions, they need clear market signals, agreed globally, so that they have the confidence to invest without the goalposts suddenly moving. This is the framework I've offered in the Terracotta Roadmap, created by my Sustainable Markets Initiative.
The Tarot Card Roadmap. The Tarot Card, his Tarot Card Roadmap. A lot of that going right over your head, isn't it? These guys
Offered
are
in the
Satanists.
Terracotta Roadmap, created by my Sustainable Markets Initiative, with nearly 100 specific actions for acceleration. Together, we are working to drive trillions of dollars in support of transition across 10 of the most emitting and polluting industries. They include energy, agriculture, transportation, health systems.
With trillions at his disposal, I have to bring in Elder Gabar. With trillions, Elder Gabar, at his disposal. We told everyone that this was a test run leading to the mark of the beast. They just have a few more switches to flick, obviously. So they just trying to figure out what button they can push that would be just as effective as the COVID one. I showed y'all what they're planning next, right? I showed y'all earlier. Get ready for a dark winter. Are you preparing? And when I open up these calls, I want to hear not more so what other people are doing and what y'all been observing. I want to know what you're doing personally to prepare your home for a dark winter. Elder Gabar, the floor is yours.
Shalom, Elder. How are we doing tonight?
I'm doing well. You can start talking to people that's listening. I'll be right back. I'll jump right in, okay?
Absolutely. Well, I had a question for you, so when you come back,
okay,
I'd like for you to maybe take a stab at it.
Okay, so 1 second. Let me do this, and I'll come right back because I want to hear what you have to say anyway. 1 moment.
Okay, outstanding.
All right, 1 moment.
So,
hold tight, Gabar. I'll be back in 1 minute. Hold tight.
Okay, very good.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited.
All right. Hey, Elder, I told them to get in that Hebrew and Bible Academy. I told them. Come on in, Elder Gabar. Where is he? Come on, Elder Gabar. Where are you?
Yep, I'm right here.
I told them to get in. I told them to get in that Hebrew and Bible Academy, and I'm telling you, a lot of this news. I mean, I went overboard. I went 2 hours in the news. I'll never do that again. But it was so much information in that academy. I even played the video where the LGBTQ made a video saying we're coming for your kids. Mm-hmm. We're coming for your children. But I digress. Elder Gabar, what you got?
Well, the question I want to ask you, Elder, just looking back in the last, 12 years,
Yeah.
seeing the evolution of this church, tonight, for some reason, what comes to mind is that lesson you did years ago, the path to the mark.
Yeah, the path to the mark. Oh, yeah, by the way, it's terracotta. I thought he said tarot card. I want to correct that, but it was terracotta. But go ahead, Elder Lawyer. Path to the mark. Path to the mark,
yeah.
Elder Gabar. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I remember that lesson. I remember those early videos that you did in Philadelphia when you was a younger man.
Yeah.
You're still young, but a younger man.
Yeah.
How does it feel? I guess my question I ask for you is, how does it feel to be in a scenario that let me back up a little bit before I ask you the question.
Yeah.
I believe that this church, from all the other churches that I have seen, whether it be Christian or Israelite or whatever they may call themselves, that is dead on in regards of prophecy, understanding, and actually real things coming to pass. Because I remember you talking about they're going to use a pandemic as an excuse years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to use, some boogeyman, right, and so forth, so on. And now we are seeing that being fulfilled in real time, right? So how does it feel, going back to that time and now present time? Are you motivated? Are you concerned? Because it's one thing reading a prophecy in a book. It's one thing talking about it in a street preaching scenario or in a house visit. Is another thing actually seeing it unfold right before your eyes. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts and what goes through your head? Is it encouraging? Is it scary? It's a little bit of both. So I guess that's the question I want to propose and put on the table.
Okay, so what you're asking is it's one thing. You're saying is you're asking me, okay, a lot of things that from the path of the mark when you first found this ministry has come to pass.
Mm-hmm.
You ask me what is my thought about it. As far as, is it scary or, no, I'm going to tell you what it is. Christ said, think of the day because tomorrow have enough evils in itself. I don't see things any different than I did at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I was showed something. It was clear in the scriptures, and I just went out and did what the Most High said. And that gives me the confidence to know that he was with us then, and he's still with us now. I don't have too much time to reflect back with what we have ahead. You understand? Because
Yeah.
and I'm going to tell you this, and this is why I can't just take credit for things. It's more so the Holy Spirit and trusting the Holy Spirit and being utilized. Because I'm going to tell you this, Elder Gabar. Sometimes I go back and I hear an old video that I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot I even said that. It was the moment. It was what the Most High wanted the people to hear at that time. So it's not to a degree where I can say, hey, I'm this, that, and the other. No, I was used as a vessel to do a work. I was called to do a work, and I stepped to the plate.
Yeah.
And that's the whole deal. When we're called, it's about answering that call and being a vessel to be utilized by the Most High. I'll look back at some of the videos and I'll reflect back and I'll listen to it. I'm like, man, I said that. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Come on. Let me get it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Send it to my Okay. That was 2009. Okay, do me a favor. Send it to my Skype. Either one. I'm going to pull up, Elder, Path to the Mark 2009. Real quick. Real quick. 2009 Path to the Mark. It's about answering the call. And you're in the moment with what the Most High has given you at that time. If anything, it gives me the confidence to know that he's with us. That the same power that gave us understanding and insight to where this earth would be, if we are what? If we are dedicated and endure, he'll show us the end of it. The same way he showed us what's going on now. The same way, Elder. Hold on. Hold on. There it is. Let me pull it up. I believe, Elder, the same way he showed us then is how we'll receive the kingdom. Right? And so at the end of it, I would rather be sitting in the kingdom with you and I all sitting together and reflecting back together. Right? And asking Christ. Right? And asking when we're sitting with Abraham, when we're sitting with our fathers, I would more so want to ask, what was their interaction? Like when we were in a failed state, when we were dark, when we knew not the world, what did they do when we began to lose confidence? What was the actions in the heavens that directed us together, that pulled Elder Lawyer with us, with the brothers and sisters, you? What was the interaction with the angels that would bring us together, knowing that this would be the perfect ingredient to do his work on earth? You understand?
Absolutely. So I could imagine my angel. He was like, that guy? Okay, yeah, Lord.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, when you're in the work, you don't have no time to reflect with so much ahead. You understand? So even when people say, Elder, you said this and you said that, I don't even get caught up. I can't get caught up into that because that's done. We're here. I just pray that the Most High keep this spirit on the church to guide us so that we together can see the end of this, where our people no longer suffer and Zion has received the promises of Abraham. That's what I'm seeing. Now hold tight, hold tight, Elder Gabar, because I got a video here, and I'm gonna. This is 2009. 2009.
Down here.
Hold on.
Your borders are going to get cut off.
Hold on.
Your borders.
Hold on. This is 2009, Elder Gabar. Right? 2009. Let me get it here. Man, look at this. 2009, brothers and sisters. I need y'all to check this out. I said your borders are going to get cut off. Listen. Recorded 2009.
Your borders are going to get cut off. Your borders. You're not going to be able to get out. Okay? You're not going to be able to get from city to city. It's about to happen. With this new influenza pandemic, they're about to cut it loose. We're going to show you everything that's going to go down here. And when it break out, and when it happens, when they're going to tell you to stay in your house for days at a time. And when it happens, when they're going to tell you to stay in your house for days at a time. And when it happens, when they're going to tell you to stay in your house for days at a time. And when it happens, when they're going to tell you to stay in your house for days at a time. You're going to know who the Lord had in your living room. Okay?
Man. Look at that. Somebody cut that up, Elder Gabar, and just had the audio playing. Now at this time, Elder Gabar, the scare at that time was the swine flu.
I remember. Yeah.
2009, and the scare was the swine flu. And I said, eventually they're gonna have a boogeyman. They're gonna claim that it's something going on, and you're gonna be locked in your house for weeks at a time. I remember what I said now. 2000. Someone put 2014. No, that was at a house. 2009. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, because that video was already out before you and I began to talk out and it was one of those things, like I would say, yeah, it was like, because you and I began to talk about early 2010, and that video was already out. So it would have been 2009 when it first came out, if I remember correctly.
Elder Gabar, I remember speaking with you, and this is what I said to you, Elder Gabar. It's all coming to me. I said, Gabar, we are the Israelites. But everything outside of us being told we were Israel, including Christ's ministry taught to us, was all lies. Outside of us being Israelites, everything else was a lie. And that the Most High is calling us to proclaim the true gospel as his people, his true people throughout the earth. And I made it clear, by the time you spoke to me, I was already outside the country, that I had to tell everyone what's going on in the earth before the mark of the beast is implemented. That's all I knew. There was an urgency there in which I had to go every place and let everyone know that this thing happening with wars in the Middle East will come back to America. And then after that, there will be a war and the mark of the beast will be implemented. I said, I remember that conversation of you. See, but I'm going to tell you this. Elder Gabar. I would not have tonight reflected back then if you didn't ask me. When I'm talking to you, what am I talking about? Usually, what we are to do next.
What's the next? Yeah, what needs to be done today and tomorrow? Every
time you talk to me, it's the plan of what the Most High have, like we have with the men starting tomorrow night.
Right.
Getting that on code, because it's about forward thinking. Tomorrow have enough evils in itself. We can't change today. We have to plan according to the Holy Spirit, because the Spirit go where it listed. It's hard to plan outside of waiting on the Spirit of the Most High to be guided.
Yeah.
Now there's things that we can plan in our control. Right? And that's what I want to talk about tonight. But I don't really reflect on it because the enemy's at the door. But go on, Elder Gabar, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's just I want to just kind of get your thoughts on it, because I was having a lesson this past week, and in the Virginia body. So shout out to the Virginia body there, and I feel like I'm a movie buff. So I think in the 80s or 90s there was a movie called Back to the Future. I think it was like part 2, and then the bad guy, the way he became rich is because he bought this book in the past. With all the scores of all the games since that time.
I've seen that movie.
Remember that? And then he began to bet on the right team, and that's how he became a multi-billionaire, the most luckiest man in the world, right?
Yeah.
I feel the Bible is that for us. Like, I feel that the Bible is like our record keeping, like our future. It's like our crystal ball, if you will. And it kind of gives me comfort to some degree.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Rather than the opposite of like, wow, because it's when you do not know, right? It's when it gets scary. So I got a 2-part question.
Don't forget your question, because, I'm the type of person where when I get a thought, if I don't say anything, I'll forget it.
No, please.
So I want people to know that. It's not that I be trying to cut people off. It's just that my mind be racing like that. And if I don't say it when a thought comes, I lose my question.
Right.
That was a great analogy that you made. As far as the person in that movie who had all the right bets knowing the future. I think that was Back to the Future, where Michael J. Fox, where he knew who would win the game because he was from the future. It's like the Bible gives us that insight that actually takes away the angst or the anxiety or the fear. Knowing what's to come is half the battle. But I'll say this. I'll say this straight up, right? It's like this. When it comes to the Bible in of itself. If I got one regret looking back, when I look back, the one regret I can look at, Elder Gabar, is that we didn't exercise this faith earlier. Because to have access to this faith, I've learned, was always there. It was always there. But being selfish, we only tapped into that for selfish means in worst case scenarios. Be it that if we lost someone, or we were over emotional, or we needed help at that time. That's the only time we seek something spiritual, was in time of need. Right? I wish I would have exercised this faith earlier, because the world was ours to do whatever we needed to do. He sent Christ sent the disciples out without purse or script for a reason. Because we thought it was something we have to make with our own hands.
Right.
And be on the job hours on end to be able to provide for the work of the Almighty. And it doesn't work that way. It works backward. It works in reverse of that. Like, what can you get? The Father says, what can you give me? Listen, the earth is my footstool. You can't work to a degree to work for me. You must exercise the faith and realize when you step out on faith, I'll open up your ideas beyond servitude. Slavery is a mentality. Slavery is a mentality. And that's the only thing I regret, because when I walk out on faith, I seen that out there, when you're out there in the world and you don't have no family to depend on, and you're out there by yourself, something must kick in from within you. And the only thing I knew is what to do with this Bible. That's it. I'm like, if I fall, it's going to be because I'm 10 toes down, 2 feet in, with my full body going out teaching the gospel. So I'm like, It's like that baby, Elder Gabar, jumping and knowing that your father's going to catch you. I just wish I knew the reward of faith at an earlier age. We're so fearful. It's like this thing where we believe that we'll fail. And through that, we create our own barriers. We create our own barriers. And the Most High's like, tear that stuff down. I'm down with you. Go teach my word. If you're trying to do this for me, I'm not going to let you down. I don't care where you go. Go to the Middle East. Go to Europe. Go to Greece. And I bet you I'm there for you. And it's crazy because I thought I had to work and do all these things. He's like, no, work in my vineyard. And eventually the Most High grew the work, stepping out on faith. If that's the one thing I had to regret looking back, I'm like, I should have been did this.
Yeah, because how far advanced you would have been if I mean, just imagine if you and I, back in the days when we were One West, we were 20-something years old, would have come together, and you know what I mean? Like, One West got a lot of information, but maybe we should do something else, Who imagine GOC's able to start back then? I don't know, but maybe we were not mentally ready back then. Maybe I don't know.
It could be.
It's all the will, will of the Most High.
It could be, but when I look back at it, I'm like, man, this was the way to go the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So many people get the Bible to try to I would say, boast, strictly to debate, to think you know more knowledge than the other.
Yeah.
To become lords over the Most High's flock, to feel like you're in position to do something. I've seen so many people use the word. I'm like, listen, why not just do the word? Why not do the word, go out in faith, and let the Holy Spirit bring his work together? Right? And on top of that, do not be lords over the Most High's flock. Let every individual operate within the spirit the Most High have given them. And this is why this church has done what it's doing. Right? Because everyone is able to come into the church and exercise their gifts without restraint. And it started with how this church was started, and it's through faith, through the Spirit of the Almighty. But I'm glad, Elder Gabar, that we have that component, because we don't have to prepare for the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is with us as long as we don't lose that spirit. So we already have a serious foundation when it comes to exercising faith.
Mm-hmm.
But now, now that faith must turn into substance, so that when the mark of the beast come on the scene, we're not scrambling like the rest of the world out there. We're already where we need to be with what the Most High said we would have. Right? So, hey, the Most High put us ahead of things. He always has. But now it's exercising that, and above all, not aborting, being so close. That's where we are. But go ahead, Elder.
And my other question, Elder, a while back I was having a conversation with someone.
Yeah.
In the same context about, this book, the Bible is also a future teller. It tells you the future.
Yeah.
And if you have faith in it and you believe this is true, then, and I guess the question they were asking, the question I was being asked, and I was trying to get your opinion on it.
Yeah.
Is it wrong? Is it smart? Is it right? What is your thoughts on benefiting from prophecy? Let me give you a better example, Elder. You know that they're going to be ramping up certain things like, this Pfizer thing, and, they may bring in a new technology, but it's a precursor for the mark. As Christian, is it smart for us, knowing that, money is defense, for us to say, you know what, especially if people are, investors, is it smart? Is it morally right? Is it not smart? What's your thoughts on someone investing in a system that they're going to use to destroy our people, like Pfizer or some new technology or whatever, that we could take some from our funds, invest in that company or whatever, and make money to take your family from plan A to plan B.
Well,
do you think is there some moral standard there? I just want to kind of your opinion on that.
Well, when it comes to that, I couldn't in good faith, knowing that I was investing in Pfizer, do that as an investment that can help us down the line in good faith. I couldn't do that. Now, okay. Like everyone have their personal money, right? Your money, you can do whatever you want to do with your money as long as it's not breaking the laws of the Most High. Okay?
Yeah.
Once you get your money, as long as it's for your home, as long as that money is your money, you can invest that money any place you like. Okay? That's your money that you have to provide for your home. But myself, I wouldn't put money into Pfizer knowing Pfizer's actions and the things that they continue to do in this earth. A very dangerous company as far as I'm concerned. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, now here it is. If people were invested in something and they put their money in some money market, whatever you do, you don't know where they're investing your money. Right?
True.
So
Yeah.
if you're going to deal in those markets and you want to deal with that way, okay. All right. Because you don't know what they're doing with it anyway, as long as they're giving you a return. Like when you work
Right.
your 401ks. Like I dealt in insurance. 401ks is that money increases because usually that money is being invested in sure investments that the company invests in. Right? So I'm just saying you don't know where the investments are going. You just see it increase in your account for retirement.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So in good faith, myself, I couldn't say, well, I know Pfizer making hands over fist with this, what's going on right now. Let me go put some money in J&J or Pfizer, whatever the case is. With my personal money, I can't see myself doing that.
Right. Okay.
Right.
You just carry it. Yeah. Because I see like Bitcoins.
More so when it comes to land, property, and understanding locale of where we'll be when it's time to be able to sell and barter and get something someplace else. Sure, tangible things that's legal. Right? Because you don't have no control putting your money into a market. But you have control if you have land and you're on that land. Right? So what I'm telling people is to make sure they deal with something tangible, because what I've learned, even if you travel overseas, there's people overseas that I've met, right? They may have a property in another country, England or someplace else, the Greek islands, and they're living in, I met them in other countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they would either sell their property or have property management, and the money would go to them to sustain and do whatever they was doing in another country.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be in a country, the same country, to actually manage resources, right? So what I'm saying to brothers and sisters, you have to become wise to understand, well, okay, even if I go someplace else, I can have something tangible to get rid of that can sustain me, where I am. All right. But those are other conversations we can have. But to answer your question in a nutshell, no, Elder Gabar, I wouldn't in good faith invest in Pfizer.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
That was it. So, because in regards of this book, it's like you can almost
Gabar.
church members. Oh, go ahead.
Hold up. I think I see my brother Kayal here. Lord have mercy.
Okay.
Gabar, let me bring him in. I'm going to come right back to you, okay?
Will do.
Oh, man. Please tell me this is Kayal.
Blast from the past.
Hello, this Kayal? Hello, is this Kayal? Hold on. Kayal, are you there? 492 571 8. All right, Kayal. I thought it was you. I'll call you offline. Is that him? Hold on. Okay. I'll call him back. All right, I'm going to go down the line. Stick with me, Elder, okay? I'm going to go down the line real quick, okay? Is Elder?
Absolutely, Elder. Yeah.
All right, okay. I need to know real quick, outright. Outright, y'all see the topic of discussion here. Are you prepared for a dark winter? And if so, what are you doing to prepare? 312 area code.
Hi, this is Esme from Chicago. I've spoken to you before once. So I've actually done a lot. Can you hear me okay? I just want to make sure that my earpiece is working.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'm a logician, and so I have worked for many industries and doing disaster preparedness for different corporations. So with that said, in my own personal life, I have done that myself. So even though we went through the whole shutdown and everything, I actually got to do a dry run. And turns out I can live without electricity. I can live without many modern conveniences, but the one thing that I did find a problem was the water. So with that said, I now have like 5-gallon bottles that I have stocked up on. During the whole COVID thing, they shut down Chicago in March. I had absolutely no need to even leave my house until July. I washed my clothes by hand. I put up little drying lines everywhere. I lived off of my dry food reserves.
Okay.
Not an issue. The good thing is that I had a good paying job, and like I said, I was doing logistics for many years. And so I have always learned to live under my means, which means I had money saved up. And I literally did not even for 9 months. So that was wonderful. I never saw any of that stimulus whatsoever. So I did not learned helplessness.
Well, let me ask you this, sister, real quick. You said the only issue was electricity. How did you get around that?
I actually, I grew up in the United States and I grew up in Mexico. And where I lived in Mexico, it was very Amish. Like
Okay.
there was literally, it was one telephone in the entire village. If it didn't rain enough the previous day, you could not take a shower. So I am very good at rationing. And because I just learned so much from like Moses and everything in Israel and murmurings and stuff. So I had conditioned myself during that time to ration my food. And I mean, like where I got to the point where I didn't have to eat every day. And when I did eat, it was like smaller than the size of my palm. And I would be content.
Okay.
And I did that because I think to psychologically prepare myself for when this all goes down. And I really, really need to do that for real, for survival. And there's nothing to catch. I am not going to be one of the murmurers because I know those examples were for me.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, sister, I'll tell you this.
and-
Some things that people can invest in temporarily, generators. There's solar generators also. You have solar generators that can work, that can provide some electricity, and they're cheap too. Another thing is that a lot of people don't know is even car batteries.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you have a way of recharging the car battery, you can get a lot of power out of that, right? So there are convenient ways, worst case scenario, but I mean, I'm glad you was able to go through the test run. Do you have a man around? Because that's going to be one of the most important scenarios. I mean, you need some strength because sometimes you need a person.
I really, honestly, I really do wish I did.
Okay.
Even just a really good friend that would not look at me that way, because I know I'm easy on the eyes, but it's like, no, I just need you to be my friend for when stuff goes down. I know, you've got my back and I'm not alone.
Okay.
Because I have been like, what was it? Yeah.
Well,
it
doesn't have to be that. When I say a man,
and I didn't have a man.
No, when I say a man, I'm just talking about, it could be a brother, it could be a cousin, it could be someone that is not looking at you like that. But you, sister, I'm going to tell you all right now, the world, let me tell you what they're doing on purpose, sister. And only America in the Western world is really like that. What they're doing right now is systematically separating women from men on purpose. They're doing this because in a time of war, usually the women and the children are taken for spoil. So the easiest way to take spoil is to make sure the man is separated altogether systematically. And I'm going to be going into that. I don't know if you're in the academy, but in a nutshell, I'm going to be going into how they've separated man and woman for a time such as this war. That, and I'm going to break it down like for instance, feminism. I mean, that's a lesbian's pipe dream. Think about it. How can I create a society of women that men don't like? Now what I'm doing, I'm flooding the pool for women that I can have. So this is how lesbians came up with feminism, so that they can create a woman that men wouldn't like. Right? So that now the world is flooded with all these women that they can have access to. Right? So by doing so, women under feminism in the Western world have lost their hedge. And it's wartime. These Afghanis and other people that have let China and all that are in the country, I'm hearing every other day about sisters that are going missing that no one know about. And I'm telling you, because they're meeting up secretly and for dates and all that, and they're coming up missing. Sister, you cannot win a war. You cannot survive in war without a man. If it wasn't husbands, it was fathers and close family. Okay? That's why I'm putting out there, prepare for a dark winter. You're gonna need a barrier. A man is the best barrier. Okay. So
yeah, I would like someone to call me because I do have logistic skills and I do have for emergency preparedness.
Okay.
And I've done this on a very professional level.
Good.
So I think my skills would tremendously help. So,
okay, one second. Let me have your name again, sister. Smay?
Esme? Yeah, Esme.
Esme.
Yeah, like the letter S and the month May. Esme.
And where you from again, sister?
I'm in Chicago.
Oh, Chi-Town. Okay, Chicago. All right, one second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so, hey, we're going to reach out to you, and hopefully you can bring some of these gifts, these survival skills amongst the body there. Thank you, Smay.
I would love to provide it. Yep.
All right, bless
My
you.
pleasure.
All right.
Bless you.
All right. Bonnie.
Hello, Elder. Shalom.
Shalom. Are you prepared for a dark winter?
Oh, most definitely, Elder.
Okay, talk to us. What you got? What you have there?
Now, I've been preparing for a long time, for years. And my family thought I was crazy because I always have a ton of stuff in, and whenever they need, they come, they know I'm the good.
Well, Bonnie, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to place you on hold for one moment because something's going on with your phone. I'll bring you right back. Get in a different area if you don't mind. I'll be right back with you. Your phone is going in and out, okay? So I'm going to be right back with you. All right, Bonnie, please get into a good area because your phone is doing that the electronic thing. 352 area code. Ralph has a comment and question. All right, come on, Ralph.
All praises to Hayabashim and Shaya Wawa. How you doing, Elder Ricard?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahaya. All right, you're preparing for a dark winter.
Sir.
Talk to us.
Yes, sir. Indeed. My wife and I, man, we have been in tune with the body and been preparing for definitely over this past year, because you've been driving it home for us constantly. And I mean, we have our freezer stacked. We have beans. We have the rice. We have, we're doing the cupboards all together. So when it comes to food, I think we can go out 3, 4, 5 months, Elder.
Oh, there you go.
In preparedness.
That's what I'm talking about.
And we will be able to sustain. Now, when it comes to, we got us a generator, so that we can power things in the event that, everything shuts down. We made sure that I actually have a Edomite friend of mine that's going to help me build a post that I can just plug that in and run things at will as we go. So, I'm really trying to make sure that, we're secure. And, in doing so, we want to make sure that, we're staying in this word. We're keeping that hedge around it. I'm praying constantly, those 3 times a day, with my wife and my family. I'm down here in Ocala, Florida. I'm with the Florida body. We getting Bible study in. We're making sure that we honor the Most High, man, and do the things that we do, because, like you mentioned earlier, Elder, we're in a stupor, okay? And as it says in Acts 17:30, in times of this ignorance, God winked at. He winked at our ignorance, but now commanded all men everywhere to repent. We need to come back to this Bible. We get together with our family, those that are going to listen, because we have those that are going to be standoffish and don't want to commit and think that you're doing something. I mean, as you said about Noah, as the rain was coming down, everybody was having fun. Everybody was throwing up their hands. Everybody was doing everything except preparing.
Yeah.
So I'll yield with that portion, Elder. When it comes to that, I think my wife and my family, man, we're prepared. My children, I've told them they're grown. And I think that they're on point as well with what needs to be done.
Okay.
Now I have one question. For you, brother.
What's that?
I mean, these academies have been on fire. Okay, I'm like at 8 or 9 now, and I wanted to know what I needed to do to get that disc at the end of this current academy that we're in now, because I got my son. I made sure he's in, and my other nephews. So I want all of us to get this, man, because this is food.
Well,
okay, I want all of us to be fed.
Well, let me do this. Let me discuss the academy and as far as the components of it and what we'll provide afterwards in the academy. All right. So
okay.
You're in this one, so I'll make sure I write that down, brother, and I'll address that this coming Sunday. Okay.
Indeed, and that's what I need, and I yield with that, Elder, man. You guys just continue to do what you're doing, man. You guys are bringing it, man, and those that have ears, let them hear.
Well, thank you, brother.
It's here, and we're in that time right now. So,
well, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Bless you.
All praise.
407 area code 407.
Shalom, Elder.
How are you?
I'm blessed by the best, never stressed by his nemesis.
All right.
This is Sean from
Talk to us.
Sean Woods from South Carolina. Let me tell you. First, I wanted to talk on the point about you talking about the road construction and everything.
Yeah.
Last year, when everything happened, I worked for a telecommunications company that we had to move our facilities and everything.
Okay.
And I looked at the DOT prints, and what they're putting under the road is not what you would normally put under the road. It's reinforced for something.
Tanks.
Whether it be tanks or whatever have you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Also, as far as preparing, all praises to the Most High, I feel like we got leadership in place right now in the Carolinas. Elder Al Hannah, Deacon Terawat, Deacon Tubanal, Deacon Nassar, where we have things planned out where we have a wilderness committee. So if a higher forbid anything happens, we're prepared to have houses where people can stay and sustain to move to the next location until we get to the location that we need to be at. And I'll leave that part of that at it, right?
Yeah.
But I believe in my house, like the brother before said, I've been, just stocking up on the essentials. I feel like I'm prepared for 7, 8, 9, 10 months, if that's what it needs to be. Just stocking up on everything. Go. Everywhere I go, I buy everything in bulk. And it's not just for me, it's for anybody else that is within the church or that needs something. I believe that I have it to provide for them. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and yield up. Elders, I love you. Keep doing what you brothers are doing. It's exciting right now. And it may not seem exciting for everybody else, but to watch prophecy unfold is exciting.
Thank you,
so
brother.
Don't be dismayed at the signs of the times. We are here.
Yeah.
So
Thank
all
you,
praises.
brother.
Bless you, elders.
Man, what a call. And I guess I could, I can piggyback off that in addition to the questions that Elder Gabar asked concerning, me looking back at some of what was said initially in this ministry and how a lot of it is coming to pass now. And you know what? That word sums it up in a nutshell. It is exciting. It's one thing to read the book, Elder Gabar and elders. It's another thing to know that we have a hand in a ministry that was started through Christ and the disciples, where he says, the harvest is plenteous, but the laborers are few. To know that we put our hand to the plow and is working in his vineyard. And not only that, what we're seeing in this work, something is materializing from it. We have brothers calling from all over the world, sisters all over the world saying, this is what we're doing in preparation while the enemy is at summits planning Jacob's trouble. We're protected by angels, preparing for what comes next after the fall of this world. I mean, it's surreal to be even a part of something that's prophetic. And above all, not only excited, brother, grateful. Many blessed prophets and teachers and even the disciples long to see the day we're living in, the last days. It's one thing that the prophets would write about it and only get a window into seeing the future. It's another thing living, being born in this time, living through this time, overcoming temptation and even falling and getting back up and doing the work through persevering through the work. Man, it's exciting. It's an exciting time. 803 area code. Exciting is the word. I'm glad that's the word I wanted, but he got it.
Hi.
Hold on. 803 area code. One moment.
Hi, brother Edward Carr. This is Hakeem. I just had a very, very important question, and I'm just gonna make it fast. I know you got a bunch of calls. I wanted to know that like when will y'all have the Passover? That's all I want to know.
Okay, we're planning to have the Passover. It's tentative in Pennsylvania, so keep your ear to the ground. It will be in Pennsylvania, okay? And hopefully I'll see you there. I'm going to make sure that you're going to have a seat there, Hakeem. Don't worry about it. But it will be. It will be
please
in Pennsylvania.
Please, please, brother Derek Hart. I really want to meet you, and I still be praying about doing the Most High work, man.
Okay.
And so I can just hurry up and just come out of sin, because
I'll tell you what,
it's a struggle for me. Like,
and listen, I'm gonna tell you what, Akeem, you're gonna be up in the work, right? Eventually, it's gonna happen. All right, but I'm gonna tell you this, and I know the elders are gonna be laughing with this too. Be careful what you ask for.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you this, young man. You think you want to do some work. Let me tell you, man. Thank the Most High for the opportunity you have on the phone to ask when we're gonna meet at Passover. But I'm gonna tell you,
right.
But I'm gonna tell you this: eventually, you're gonna get the work, and you're gonna remember this conversation. And I'm gonna be looking at you, say, "Is this what you wanted?" Right? I tell you what, you have to finish it. Because
right.
All right, because the whole thing is Ezekiel the 3rd chapter tells us, brother, that when we eat the roll in our mouth, it's sweet. See, that's the trick of this truth. It's all sweet at first. But the reality of what you have taken on get bitter when it hits the belly.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, I'm glad you're excited about wanting to do this, but many have come. And many have endured, as you can see here. Many have fallen. So the fact, listen. So
I just want to meet you.
Well, brother, I want to meet you too. But the fact that you have that fire in you that keeps you going, whatever that is, even meet me is, even one day us sitting down together is a drive. That's actually something that you can look forward to, that drives you another day in this truth. But when you see me and we meet, okay, we have that. Now what? See, you have to have something else that drives you, even beyond that, right?
Right.
Because once you get that, it'll be like, okay. Once that need is satisfied, you're gonna realize that, okay, and now what? So you got to have a driving force.
Yeah, you're right.
Listen. And I want to meet you too, brother, but we both want to meet Christ, right?
Right.
Ye that endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. So that should be your overall objective, all right? To look at the end of this prize, and both of us are sitting together, in the wilderness flipping pancakes or something, all just sitting there talking to each other, and we looking over, Christ is coming in, and we sitting down and, breaking bread, toasting wine, celebrating Esau and the other nations, Asia, may God get stomped out. That's what I want to see. All right. So, but I'm excited to see you, brother, but don't worry about it. I have your number here. See you at the Passover. But understand, brother, I know you're looking forward to seeing me, and that's a driving force, and it keeps you going. But I'm gonna tell you this. Listen. I'm a brother just like you. I'm a man just like you.
Yeah, you're right.
All right. So you do the work to the degree that one day someone is going to try to call you and say, Hakeem, I want to meet you. I want to see you at the Passover. So you get into this work with us, man. And that's you don't have to wait for me to do that. Okay. You don't have to wait for me to do that. All right.
Right. I was just saying that if I don't meet you at the Passover in Philadelphia, and maybe you'll just come come down here one day.
Hey,
I'm just.
Where are you?
I don't know.
Where are you?
I'm in Camden, South Carolina.
South Kakalaki. All right, you know what, Hakeem? I'm gonna make an effort, man. We gonna meet, man. I'm gonna call you up. All right, we're gonna get this thing over with. All right. All right. I'm gonna
Okay,
meet you soon, brother. All right.
I just hope I could find a helpmate, man.
Well, see, but listen. I can't work all that. A woman too. I'll call you and we'll discuss. Sir. And yeah, we'll discuss this offline, brother. You know. And
I apologize. Sorry, sir.
No. Listen to this. A man that's loose do not seek to be bound. That's scripture. You want a lot of things, brother. Right. But right now you have the opportunity by yourself with no restraint or requirement of others to build yourself in the spirit of the Most High and to receive this word. Brother, focus on the things you can't control, okay? Not the people you would meet and the fact that you don't have a woman. If you're free, do not seek to be bound. Okay, you have golden moments right now. All right, take advantage of them. All right, I'll talk with you soon, my brother. Talk with you soon. I got your number here. 407 area code.
Shalom, Elder. How are you this evening?
He still didn't tell me what he's gonna do about that dark winter, but go on, talk to me.
Yes, sir. That's your biggest fan. Yes, Elder. How are you? This is Sister Lisa.
I'm blessed by the best.
Calling to. Yes, sir. I was just letting you know how we are prepared. Funny enough, my growing up from the islands, we used to come to the States to purchase all of our groceries and everything by bulk. So I've always grown up having 6 months of groceries in the house from my parents. When I got married, I took that over to when I got married in the house. So 6 months is easy. So now we're probably at 6 months or more in terms of groceries. But where food is, available and cheaper. But spiritually, I use that, since that is not an issue, spiritually, I use the time to try and prepare spiritually. And spiritually, for me, is not missing anything with Blog Talk, whether it's Patreon, whether it's the Academy, even I Am Fit podcast, whatever, wherever GOC CC is on, we're in tune. We brought our kids, they watch. So spiritually getting in the Word, making sure, praying 3 times a day, because I just, pray too. When I go to bed at night, when I wake up in the morning. When I heard you said make sure it's 3 times, I implement it 3 times. I only have to hear something one time, and I do it, just like with the truth. So I was more preparing spiritually, because the food and the preparation and the finances, that stuff is easy. But spiritually, I wanted to make sure that I was prepared spiritually. So that's my contribution to how I was preparing. So I would say just if anyone listening out there, oh my gosh, the Academy. Oh, the Academy is so amazing.
Man, praise the Most High.
The news, the news. I don't even know what CNN. I have not watched CNN or any of those in at least 8 years from I've been in the truth. I get all the news from the Academy, and it's like a movie. You watch everything unfold. When I first got in this truth, I went back and looked at all the videos, and just like you played tonight, I remember that video because I think that was in a house of a sister I knew, and I just looked back and said, "Oh my goodness, all these things are coming to pass." So with the Academy, it's just a movie being unfolded before your eyes, and just sitting there in awe to see you. And you haven't aged, Elder. You're aging backwards.
I don't know
what you're drinking or what you do. You're going backwards. So, but I just wanted to thank you for that. We're good, and my family, we just thank you so much for what you do. And we appreciate you and the elders and the leadership. Thank you, sir.
Praise the Most High. Thank you, sister. I really thank you. And hey, it's a few things. It's a few things. And I thank your husband too. I thank your husband. I thank you for endurance, sister. And yes, the Academy, man, it's something else. I did 2-hour news. I'll never do that again. I'm sorry about that, but I had to. All right.
No, we
Shalom.
love that kind of stuff.
All right. Bless you. Bless you.
We love that.
Yeah. All right. So I'll talk with you soon, Sister
But, oh,
Bessie.
Elder, also one more thing we did. I know you're not against college or anything, but we did. Our daughter even decided she was gonna finish just 1 year of college, and she stopped college. She's doing the Hebrew Academy now. She said that's her college. My daughter was in school, gonna go do marine biology, and she decided not to even go back. She said, "What sense does it make?" So the Hebrew Academy is her college right now.
Listen.
So both of my kids are in the academy.
Listen, that's good that she has a Hebrew and Bible Academy, but especially, do she have scholarships?
Yeah, she's most of them they were grants. Most of them and then the difference we paid.
I'll tell you,
pocket.
if there's grants, that's absorbing the majority of the cost. It might be worth her getting that education, even if she have to do it online, because it could come in handy with some of the things we're doing in the work. So don't forget, sister. And this is what I'm saying. I don't want people to believe that I'm against school. I'm against the indoctrination, the social indoctrination that I know happens in those schools to these children. All right. So no, I'm not against school. All right. The other thing is,
it's just what she was taking up.
Sister,
marine biology is going into that science thing.
Okay.
That's what she was kind of contemplating.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I know people in the church who went to school years to become accountants, and they do all certain things, and they use their gifts to work within the church. So education is needed. It's just that you have to overcome the indoctrination. The indoctrination is the issue, and the influences that Satanists and witches and warlocks and scientists have in that school. When they begin to target the lonely, of those who they can see are isolated by themselves, and recruit them into these circles. But outside of that, if you tell them right now and get behind me, Satan, and you throw some water on them, some holy water in the name of Yeshua, go be gone. These vampires will flee. Get the education. And I would suggest she get the education, because, the social networking, becoming well-rounded, all of that, and getting the knowledge. See, don't forget, I'm able to get the knowledge in school without the indoctrination if I lead with who I am as an Israelite first. I lead with the God I serve first, and I filter all of that through that. But you don't want to rob her of an opportunity, and then later she'll regret it, when she could have had the academy and that too to help all of us, right?
Right. But it was her decision. But I will definitely speak with her. Yeah, she's 21. It was her decision, and her school started asking at that time for vaccinations to come to school. And that's when she made that decision.
I understand, but I have my decisions too. But my father told me, listen, hey, I know what you're saying, but this is what I'm saying. But I'm just saying.
Right.
All right. We giving these children too much autonomy.
I appreciate that.
All right, bless you.
Yes, sir.
All right, especially if they're going to pay for it, get it. All right. All right. All right. All right. 240 Yahaba. I see you, sunshine. I didn't forget you. Let me tell you.
Shalom.
I'm going to get you real quick, Yahaba. When I talk about education and talk about brothers or even sisters, I'm not saying sisters shouldn't be educated. All right. It's just that sisters shouldn't lead with their education and their positions in their jobs, because that's not what men find valuable. They can't lead with the accolades. Well, I got this master's, I got this. That doesn't apply to what a man requires of a woman. That applies out there. And or it can become a utility with that knowledge that the man can use to build his home. Okay? Only when we use college as a point of leveraging. The same reason for that token, I don't like when a man have the knowledge of the Most High in the Bible and use that knowledge to browbeat women because they have information and feel that you got to be under me because this is what these scriptures said. All right? No. She have to follow the Most High, not you browbeating her with the scriptures. So there's a two-way street there. A man cannot get knowledge and use that as a way to oppress a woman, right? And a woman can't get an education to use that as a way of leverage over a man to equalize things, right? You know, what God said, the Most High said, this is what the Bible say. Listen, if you have to do that, it's a rough deal, because you want her to follow the Bible because she feared the Most High, not you. So there's a two-way street there, okay? So when I talk about the education and the knowledge, it can work both ways. A man with all the knowledge of the Bible and want to keep someone up 3 a.m. talking about you need to understand this scripture. You reading the scripture is going to make you follow me correctly. It doesn't work that way. Okay, a woman fears the Most High and fall in order with the Most High when she sees the God in you following the God she serves. All right, but that's going to be in a lesson. I got to deal with that later. Don't worry about that. That's going to be in a lesson. All right. 5, Yahaba, let me call you back in.
Shalom, Elder. The Sister Yahaba from the DMV body.
Hey, how are you?
I just have a comment. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. I just wanted to comment on how I've been preparing for the dark winter.
Okay.
You know, food and water is a must because we need water to survive more than anything. I get a lot of stuff subscribed and saved, but also, you know, I think ahead on the fact that we won't have the internet. And so a lot of things like our lives are digitized, right? Like all the pictures, our recipes, the patterns that we make. I just recently got into sewing, trying to build a skill for the kingdom to come. So all these things are on the internet. So, you know, I think about how I'll have to print these things out. You know, I can make my own recipe book, and eventually in my bug out bag, I want to have like a wallet purse with a lot of important pictures of people whom I love, like my daughter and her milestones and things like that. And so these are things that I'm kind of thinking about. You know, I get cans for gas and for the chance that will happen when they inflate it or there won't be anymore when there's a run on it. You know, they showed us these things over the summer with their pipeline issues, or even when I lost power not too long ago and I had a generator. I used Tabernacles as kind of like my own dry run, washing clothes and trying to be off the grid as much as possible.
Great idea.
It was difficult.
Great
idea. Was so much. I mean, Tabernacle by itself was hard work, but you know, when you try to do things off of like, you know, using the shower and the facilities that they have there or using the power lines, that's just, you know, it's already hard as itself. But, you know, I challenged myself, and, you know, my sisters and brothers, they gave me my accolades. They said I did good. So, you know, I'm going to take their word for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, I just do, just have people thinking about that, just, you know, digitized, but also like so many of my brothers and sisters said earlier, that you want to be spiritually ready for what's happening because the Most High is going to bring us through everything. Now, we should prepare 100%. We're supposed to prepare like he tells us, but some of us can't afford to do that. So there's some people out here who are preparing right now who aren't in line with the Most High, and they might be preparing, what I like to think, for the people who can't prepare. So, you know, you might be the most prepared person. You might have everything in your bug out bag, but you may walk through the wilderness one day, you know, break your ankle, die right there. But here comes a spiritually aligned brother or sister, and they might walk right past that person who might have prepared for you. So I want to make sure that I am spiritually ready, you know, my household, what I can do for myself and for my daughter, you know, and I pray for my husband. He's kind of, you know, going off a little bit, but, you know, I see the Most High working on him, but I just want to make sure that I'm doing everything that I can do spiritually to be ready, because the Most High is going to tell us when to go. He's going to tell us when to stop. He's going to tell us, you know, how much or how little. So, you know, that's one of the more important things, because you can have all the food and water in the world, but if you don't have the Most High, you don't have nothing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Thank you, Sister Haba. That's what we're talking about. Bless you. Yeah, you have to be prayed up in the spirit, walking in the spirit. Elder Lawyer, I need you to give me the scripture real quick where the angels was round about in that war with Alicia, where the enemy thought he had wins.
Yes, sir.
Grab me that real quick. I need that real quick because I want to show brothers and sisters something. Let me know when you have it. Whenever you have it, just say, I have it. All right. All right. While I go down the line here, because I want to show brothers and sisters that don't forget, we're not alone. There's an army. There's an army for our cause that's operating within the earth itself. That operates like the example. I mean, I've given many examples in the academy where I know the Bible says, be careful how we entertain strangers, for some have entertained angels unawares. Okay. Some have interacted with angels, folks. As many people on earth as we see, there's angels. So I don't know what it's 7 billion. If we were to be able to, if we were to look into the spiritual realm, if the Most High allowed us to do so on any given day downtown in the metropolitan, we would see angels everywhere. So that's first and foremost to know that in our preparation that we're not alone. And you must walk in that confidence. And sometimes folks, and I know you all do it, you feel it. Sometimes in your peripheral vision, you can feel something is always present. We're not alone. So that gives us the confidence to know that, hey, the Most High never forgot. He never forgot the promise he made with our fathers. And he sends in angels. It's called angel of the presence, who operate with us regularly and report back to the Most High every sundown. So even though we're dealing with preparation, there's help. After Christ was tempted on the mount, the angels came and appeared and ministered unto him after the 40 days and 40 nights famine. They showed themselves in the presence of Christ and began to minister unto him. So it's like you see in Christ in our 3 dimension, and all of a sudden it opens up. The dimension opens up and you see the angels healing him and nourishing him and getting him back to health in preparation for his ministry. Well, folks, we all have access to those same spirits. Elder Lawyer, you have that for me?
Yes, sir.
Read that for me real quick, Elder Lawyer.
2 Kings chapter 6, verse number 15. And when the servant of the man of God was risen early and gone forth, behold, an host compassed the city both with horses and chariots. And his servant said unto him, Alas, my master, how shall we do? And he answered, Fear not, for they that be with us are more than they that be with them. And Elisha prayed and said, Lord, I pray thee, open his eyes that he may see.
Open the guys.
Hold
on. This is to build the confidence in those who don't understand. We are guided and led by the unseen, protected by the unseen. So he says, open this guy's eyes so he can see the protection. Read it.
And the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire round about Elisha.
Round about Elisha. That's why Elisha was in total confidence, because he could see the angels waiting in the wings. When it says that when we get in the wilderness with chariots, food, animals, gold, and the Most High will be a fire round about us, is linking directly to this precept right here. And this is what we're breaking down, is the last scenario before the coming of our Lord and Savior. The last scenario on earth is when we're in the wilderness and the angels are round about us, invisible, but guess what? They're there. And the Gentiles will know they're there. And at that point, they're going to stop fighting each other in the Middle East and try to come against our people over in the wilderness. And that's when the real battle begins. So, folks, I'm just telling you, folks, this ministry, what we've been doing from the beginning, we've been guided by the Holy Spirit, by the Most High, to bring forth this ministry, what we're doing today. And everything that been, all the spirits the Most High have sent to protect us, to guide us, to lead us, one day they will present themselves before the earth. That's real time what we're breaking down here, folks. So all in all, even though we're going to do some preparation, what the sister broke down was important, elders, is the fact that none of the physicality and the physical preparation can work alone. It cannot work alone without what? Without that spiritual preparation. All right. Without knowing that, you know, but we just cannot lean on one side and say, well, through faith, the Most High going to have me. It doesn't work that way. You still have to work with your hands like Joseph did and store for 7 years for a time of need. When he stored for 7 years. So just because we have the invisible operating for our turn, it's not to make us lazy and just to operate on faith by itself. That's the backward thinking we learn in the Christian church. That because of my heart, the Lord is going to be there for me. Jesus is going to pull me through. Well, no, faith without works is dead. So even though I know the angels are operating and doing what they're doing, I have a work to do. See?
Yes, sir. If you don't mind, I got one scripture on that point.
Go ahead, Elder.
And Elder, Lloyd, I could come in right behind you if you don't mind.
Okay, yep. Just one quick scripture, Hebrews 11:7. By faith, Noah, being warned of God of things not seen as yet, moved with fear, prepared an ark to the saving of his house, by the which he condemned the world and became the heir of righteousness, which is by faith.
Hey, there it is. Go ahead, Elder Gabar. Yes, sir.
Well, I forgot to mention this because, you know, you mentioned to the audience, like, you know, there was a question posed, you know, what are you prepared for the winter?
Yeah.
And this is what my wife and I are doing, and I wanted to kind of lean on your wisdom, you know, what you thought about it. So what we did, we said, you know what, let's see, you know, because our official winter starts after the Feast of Dedication, right?
Yeah.
Ushering the new season and ushering, you know, the winter and also celebrating the Feast of Dedication. Let's see if we could maybe start. We were thinking about, you know, altogether everything, but we just started saying, you know, let's just start with food. Let's try for the entire winter season, which lasts 3 months, you know, 31 days, right? That extra day is going to the next season. That we don't have to buy. We will not buy. We will buy everything. Do like a bulk scenario.
Okay.
Dealing with food. And we could just, you know, don't have to worry about ever going to the store. If the supermarkets are closed, can we survive the winter with food? So we decided, okay. And I said, well, baby, I'm gonna have mercy on you. I know you like shopping. Let's see if we could do it for a month and a half. So we negotiated for a month and a half. And these are things that we did to say, okay, so then if it does ever happen, it's not like a shock to the system.
Okay.
And so these are little things that I want to also add it because I mentioned earlier.
It's more so a drill, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
See, but here's the deal. Let me work with that for a moment. If you are eating without going to the market, you're depleting your store. So what are you doing to replenish what you're using?
Good question, because we raised that. So what we did, we did a calculation, and we're not going to touch our reserve. We're going to buy it in bulk.
Yeah.
And to see if we could get it like a scientific equation, a dollar amount, measure amount. Okay. And we're going to try to do it every year. So every year we get better at it.
I got you.
So then, yeah, we'll buy, and then we won't be, we'll keep what we already store for the rainy day. But we just when the rainy days come, it's like, oh, we've done this every winter. It's not like a big deal.
Oh yeah.
So that was our thinking.
All right. Well, hey, every idea is needed, right? All right. One moment. But I see what you're saying. But usually, what we try to do is I don't know if I can, because there's going to be a such thing that's out there. And I don't know if I want to be on record for this. Let me say this. Let me put it this way. I have to watch everything I say, right? There's going to be a such thing as people hoarding in supermarkets, which means during an emergency, there's a ration where during so-called COVID, they were doing drills in the supermarket where they'll say, you can only get 2 meat products and 2, you know what I mean? There was rationing how much meat, milk, and eggs you can get.
Right. So that may be even an issue even to stack up.
Yeah. So my deal is, since they're not dealing with that right now, we go in the store while it's still happening and get what you need. Right? Without saying you're getting extra. Let's put it that way.
Exactly.
So get what you need. So go to the supermarket, get what you got to get, but make sure you always grab, okay, let me grab 2 cans of corn, 2 cans of this, 2 cans of that. Stuff that's not, don't have nothing to do with your meal. Get a little extra, and I bet you that'll pile up. Pile up. And I'm going to tell you, folks, canned goods, dry goods is going to be worth more than gold. You can't eat gold. People are going to be breaking off pieces of gold, to get a few spoons of beans. All right, I'm going to let you know that right now. So I just want to put that out there. Make sure when you go to the store, you get you some extra stuff and extra this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? Let's go down the line. We got a few more people here.
Elder, before you take that, I'm sorry, Elder. Let me ask you a question.
You disappeared.
You
disappeared, Gabar.
Yeah, man. Okay, here we go.
All right.
If canning is going to be worth than gold, should then brothers and sisters to learn the art of canning? I know your wife and my wife, they're getting together with the canning. So maybe that's something that in regards of investment, if it's going to be worth than gold, maybe you should learn how to do
jarring and things of that nature. And another thing is, see, one thing I try to do, and I'm going to tell you about that on a later deal is, I'm a public person, right? So you public. So it wouldn't be in my, I wouldn't tell people exactly every place I am and what I got, but I'm just saying.
Right.
Right. All right. But it's all good. Canning and jarring and making sure that you have the wherewithal to protect what you have stored, because it doesn't make sense to have rations stored for months and someone can just walk in and take it from you. So then you have to deal with what? Being able to work with other people. And that's what it comes down to. And I started off with a nation divided against itself cannot stand. You got to also be able to speak to other people and say, you know what? You on my block, I'm on my block. If something happens, this is how we secure our block, our food. So it doesn't matter. If you're preparing and don't have no way of protecting people from that food, then it's a waste of time. Make sure that you can legally protect your rations. 507 area code. Canning, jarring, and that's another point, Elder Gabar. Yes. Understand that food will be worth more than money.
Is it better now?
How you doing, Bonnie? It's 100% better. How are you?
I'm good. Now, my family thought I was crazy because I always prepared for a long time. I learned it from my mother, and my mother learned it from her father. My grandfather was Native American.
Okay.
And my grandmother was Creole and black. So They had a lot of kids, so they always had to stock up with stuff living in the South. I went and got shelves made down in my basement, put in the corner, and have it's lighted. I have I did my bug out bag. I went and got the lights that you put around outside, solar lights. So if the lights go out, I have lights.
Great idea.
I have what your propane that you use for grills. I have a turkey deep fryer. Matter of fact, I have 2 of those. So if you need hot water or hot stuff, you boil you some water.
Okay.
They have it's either a 50 or 100 gallon little plastic thing in a cage, a wire cage, to store water in.
Okay.
I have kerosene. I have kerosene lamps. I have the electric, or not electric, but the portable fireplaces.
Good.
That you can either put wood in or the fuel gel, and that keeps heat. You can also use your kerosene heaters. I have the little solar powered things to keep my phones, my laptops, and whatever little things I can hook up to it to have those running in case.
Good.
I'm working on trying to get me a generator and solar panels to put where I can plug it into stuff where I can keep my refrigerator going and my deep freezer going, because I have 2 refrigerators and a deep freezer, both packed.
Excellent. And let me ask you this question. All right. I asked the same question I asked every other sister. Man.
I have a husband.
That's what I'm talking about.
We are very well protected. I can't be half protected without a man. I can only do so much.
Okay, well that's good.
I need him.
That's good. And
we speak on it as one. And yes, sir.
I'll tell you something else that's good. I mean, a good dog.
I have 2. I have a pit bull and a German shepherd.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, back up. Back up.
I also have my body buddies.
Okay.
So those are my first line of defense, and then we have the second line of defense.
Oh yeah. They're gonna have to go through a few layers right there. Okay, all right now.
Yeah. Also, I have lasers. I have different weapons.
Well, listen. I
I
got a lot of noise going on right now because I don't want you to say what you got. You keep that. You keep that.
No, I'm not saying it.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna say what I have.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm going to the next call. Hold tight.
But wait a minute. This is one thing I want to tell you, Elder.
Don't have me on the phone talking about y'all. They're gonna be the Gathering of Christ Church putting together a militia. Don't be putting me in part of that stuff. All right.
No.
I'm a Bible man.
Now. I'm also a Bible woman. I will pray you to death.
All right, come on.
Now, you can go get your buckets, go to your grocery store, go to Walmart. Walmart charge you $1. Your grocery stores, if you go to their deli or produce somewhere, that kind of department, they'll give them to you free.
All right.
Get your rice, your oatmeal, your flour, your wheat flour, sugars, brown sugar, light brown sugar, anything that you can buy in bulk. Get you a Silla meal and break them down into little bits. You rather break them down in little bits in Silla meals and lose a little bit than to lose a whole lot.
Well,
get crushed glass and put it around the perimeter of your house. That'll keep the mice from coming in.
Glass. Listen, we're gonna get you.
No, that's what we use to keep the mice from coming in your house.
Sis, you're gonna start dealing with we got the A team going on here. Hold tight, sis.
No,
no, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm gonna give you a call.
Okay.
Listen, I'm gonna give you a call so we can actually have you write all this down, and we're gonna put you on Family's Corner. About y'all got the A team. Y'all got dogs jumping out, broken glass. Y'all ready? Don't worry about it. All right, hey, I want to be on your team. All right, so I got a few more calls.
But I'm just saying things of how you can protect your food from any rodents
broken.
and pests.
They in the car throwing nails out the bag, everything. Bonnie, you were ready.
No.
I got you. I'm with you. I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
Oh, yeah. And get you some fabric softener sheets and put them around on the floor. that deters your spiders.
Spiders, okay. All right, bless you, sister. All right, she gonna break out the mothballs on us too. Brother Hayes. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, these sisters are resourceful. I'll tell you that. Brother Hayes, I mean, she got Rockwellers. I had to mute her. I had to bring in the other noise when she talking about the constitutional rights. 437 area code. Let's see. Sister Sunshine. And we have Tamika. I see you, Tamika.
Hello?
I can't go a day without my sunshine.
Hi, hello, Elder. Hi.
Come on now, come on.
Okay. Elder, I was gonna comment on before leading into the question. Is that okay? I don't know.
Prepare for a dark winter. Let's go. Let's talk to us. Come on. What you doing?
Okay, Elder. Well, I was gonna start by talking about what you said earlier and leading into what we're doing. I was talking about the birth pains that are quickening in Israel because we're soon to be delivered, as you were mentioning.
I tell you what, Sunshine. I tell you what, y'all. Nobody better not mess around at Bonnie's house. I'll tell you that. She's throwing that. They throwing down over there. I'm going to Bonnie's house when Jacob Trouble hit. But go on. Bonnie she got two breeds of dogs. Like, what you want?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Okay. Well, I was just saying that initially, from piggybacking on what you were saying before, that the nations they're grabbing at straws and in full tilt against us in a hive mind, and in that conspirators' agenda against Israel, and in the crosshairs and towards all the citizens of the earth, and just like the heads had to fool all the nations who sojourn near Israel in the four corners of the earth, so that they could keep us asleep and believing a lie. Now they're using the same tactic of world deception and aims to kill the majority of the citizens and just keep Edom's kingdom they now have and stop Israelite kingdom for our kingdom from emerging. So it is like a futile conquest, as we know, but they have surely sold, like Elder Gaja was saying the other week, many of the souls down the river and use all the people to the furthest point that they could go. Now they're operating in the spirit of that kamikaze and collateral damage toward destruction and woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea. And this is emblematic of what is happening with one disease shift to another, and be it it's in our bodies or via internet, silencing us and attacking us, with the unforeseen via internet or our bodies. It's like the majority of people are weakened physically and mentally from the medical decision made, especially from the start of this media-driven medical scenario. Any additional ailment that surfaces, such as the smallpox that Bill Gates said is even worse than what we have experienced since 2020 now. The compromised bodies cannot withstand any further sicknesses. So we've seen death, and what's to come is more death. And everyone has realized or accepted the whole Babylonian goal to create a mindset of individualism and cement it, to reject loved ones and replace it with the belief no other choice other than to lean on the Tower of Babel and the worldwide military dystopia and Satan. So the sight is dim for most, and logic and understanding is murky and confused. And it's because of that carnal mind, it's awakened more than ever that while the diseases are dim in the spirit, people are growing in violence and thought against one another, their own brother, and even against the righteous strangers among us. Okay. And it's just programmed in the divide. And soon this violence, under that heavy-handed government, with the frustration, will be uncontainable. Hence the zombie apocalypse, being nursed in this civilization, especially against the poor, as the new normal of this new world order. But Christ said, "Blessed are your eyes that you see and that you hear." So in our decisiveness
I was listening to the Prince Charles and our decisiveness and against the trillions of the demons and spirits against us. As a family, we first look to the Word and focus on being, together on one accord, knowing that no matter what happens, we choose Christ, that we fear not them who can kill the body, but him who can kill the soul and body in hell. And faith with works, like you were saying, as did Joseph in Egypt, we store like shelf-stable goods and health products, and we're learning the herbs. And we in Relief have begun to again homeschool our own children so that they are kept close and safe from all the dangers, and we're considering and looking at and doing things towards LLCs. With so many ideas by grace of the Most High, and working towards other means of protection in emergencies, and being guided in the Spirit by grace of the Most High. And it's all, by grace of the Most High, what you blow in the trumpet. So we're so grateful.
Great.
Thank you, others. Bless you.
Sunshine, let me ask you real quick, sister. Real quick.
Yes, others.
Yeah, real quick. Do you write? Do you write that down with pen and paper, or do you type that? How exactly do you go about it?
With pen and paper.
Okay, you do a great job. Thank you.
Yes. By grace, all praise be to the.
Someone said, "Who is this person?" I usually don't pay attention to these chats, but oh my goodness, y'all something else. True Wisdom 13. Sunshine is the college professor who failed me in class. I couldn't help, that thing jumped out at me. I'm sorry about that. Y'all something else, boy. All right, Tamika.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right, Tamika. Are you prepared for a dark winter?
Oh yes, I'm prepared. I believe in preparing mentally, more than anything. So I've been preparing myself and my family. I have 7 children, so I've been preparing them mainly for what's to come. Letting them know what's to come, and having them in the mindset of being ready, for what's to come, because they're going to take us the hardest, I believe, when this thing really happens. I can't really worry too much about the adults.
Now, who you say is going to take it hard? Who?
The children.
How old are they?
I have children from the age of 20 down to the age of 2, along with 2 grandchildren who's 2 and 1 years old. So I care for them all on a daily in my home.
Okay.
So I'm making sure I'm preparing them with mentally of what's to come, telling them about going without electricity, going without these things that they're used to. The food thing, we have all that saved up. We have deep freezers with food. We have the mindset of saving the water and everything for that. But I believe the hardest part that would be for me as a mother is keeping my children through these dark winters, the dark winter when it comes.
But you know what? To be a good thing, to make sure there's board games. Eventually, eventually,
board games and books.
Eventually, the world is going to be thrust back into some level of reality, especially with them talking about eventually switching up this grid, taking down electricity, doing certain things with actually getting rid of the internet eventually, because they can't use it as a form of control anymore. So, I mean, even a couple of weeks ago, after the Sabbath, we all got together and we played Clue. I don't know if you are familiar with that game, Clue.
Yes,
it was Mrs. Scarlet in the conservatory with the lead pipe. But I'm just saying, it reminded me of when games were more personable and people were paying attention to each other, and everyone is not just on a looking up in their own world, separate from a phone on a device. And I just enjoyed the interactive. You know what I mean? Just you had to write down your clues and all these other thinking games where you have to use an actual pen, paper. That's why I asked her what she was using. But anyway,
What's that game y'all play now?
No, one game we did was Clue. To try to figure out who did what.
Guess Who.
It's called Clue, yeah. But it's the inquisitive, being able to investigate and find things out. I guess that's that spirit we have in us. Like I showed you your man.
Yes.
Like I showed you your man right here, one of the devil's sons. Like I showed this guy right here. Who did it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then,
they had one
you know,
called Guess
did
Who
it?
also that
The
the
Bible
children like
gave
to
me a
play,
clue
where you
right
gotta
here.
show.
One of Satan's spawns right here. It is so it's
Lord.
clue is some of the things that I like to figure things out, like this guy right here. But anyway, go ahead.
Of course. And another thing too, speaking on that internet, Candace Owens was talking about the bug that they're talking about coming to the internet. The reason for the whole shutdown, that bug is the truth. That's what bug they're trying to stop coming through the internet. It's not infecting the internet. It's infecting the people, and that's what they want to stop. They want to stop the bug of the truth coming through the internet that's infecting the people. So they want to cut us off from that. You know what I'm saying? And that's part of us kind of keeping ourselves mentally strong, our faith, our spirits up, and everything out here. And once that's gone, because a lot of us do a lot on this internet, along with learning, getting our little history lessons and things like that. We got to learn to go find that stuff in a book now. You know what I'm saying? And find some interest in a book. Getting back to reading stories to our children, telling stories to our children, things like that. And get out this TV. And get out that TV,
Great
So
point.
that bug that they're putting out there for shutting down this thing is the truth. That's what they're trying to stop. That's what they're trying to stop.
Great
and I think that if we continue putting it into our children, it's a forever lasting thing, because if we put it into the children are going to grow up into the future and they're going to carry it with them. And, that's the way for us to implant that seed into our generations, you know what I'm saying, to come, whoever, if we get that chance to have. So that's my wish, is that I keep teaching it to my children, and then my children are going to carry it on to their children, and so on. So when I'm not here, they can still have that guidance, from the Most High, without me being here physically to teach them. So that's how I'm preparing for my cold and dark winters, with staying in. And I want to thank you so much, Elder, for showing up to me a year ago and bringing me in back into the word of the Lord, because I was lost for so long. And I was confused and lost out there. And I think once I found you, it was like the key snapped on. I woke up out my cryptic sleep, and I remembered who I was once again. Israel, I remembered our forefathers and the stories and everything. It's like the Bible just became real to me like finally. It was so hard to understand for so long. But after meeting you and seeing you on the internet, it's like it was clicked back on, the switches. It's like we all in this sleep, and we just got to wake up. So I pray for our people to just wake up, you know what I'm saying, as many of us that we can, and get back into this thing, because that's the only way we're going to get out of this captivity. And that's what I realized. So
thank you,
I want to thank you so much for your ministry.
Thank you. And all praise.
And I'm calling out of Baltimore, so I want to let you know your word has reached Baltimore, and we are here listening.
Well, bless you. Thank you. All right. Hey, they go to
all
Jamaica.
Praise.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one thing to, and I'm not taking anything from growing up in church where you will hear the pastor say one scripture and then he goes into whatever there was some strength in that. It led us to where we are, but it's a whole nother thing to open up the Bible and understand our part in it. It's a whole nother understanding, right? And I thank the Most High with this ministry, the elders, all the brethren, the family, everyone that's behind what this church does, to make the Bible come to life and to connect the dots for others, so that even when the Gathering of Christ Church isn't on, you can open up the Bible and understand the Bible under its true doctrine. Okay, be able to read the Bible and understand the true narrative of it. And I thank the Most High, the opportunity to be a vessel to connect the dots with you all. Let's see, Deidre. I hope I'm saying your name correct. I'm almost done.
Shalom. Yes, you are, Elder.
I said your name correctly, Deidre?
Yes, sir. You.
Okay. All right. Okay. The floor is yours.
So, the one, it was funny. Me and my sister were just talking a couple of days ago about going off the grid, when they take us off the grid, I should say.
Okay.
And so we decided that we would. My sister has a shed on her property, and she also has this pole barn, and she's thinking to transform to enclose the pole barn and to make it into like a shelter that has a wood burning like fireplace or whatever it is, so that we could practice living without electricity. We learned at the Feast of Tabernacles about cooking over a pit.
Okay.
And so she has also one of those on her property.
Great.
And so we were going to start practicing cooking that way. So, you know, when they turn the electricity off, and because both in her house and my home, it's electric appliances.
Okay.
So when they turn it off, she has a generator at her house. I rent, so I don't have anything over at my house except for food.
Well, you know the question I'm about to ask, right?
I do not have a man, but my sister has her son there.
Okay. How old is the
my son?
How old is the son?
He's in his 20s.
Okay. All right.
I don't know his exact age.
Okay. Now what's best about the young men, you probably want to tell her that, especially it's hard for our young men to grow up without having any level of felonies or anything. And it's a shame, especially where I grew up at North Philadelphia. Fortunately for me, I never did anything that would lead me down that path. But if the young man doesn't have any felonies or anything, you want to make sure that you speak to her about allowing him to join or get a membership with a range in that area, someplace where he can.
Well, he's an armed security guard.
He's a security guard. Okay, so he know how to handle himself.
He's an armed security guard.
There go your man. There it is. There it is. That's all I'm talking about. So what I'm saying is make sure he's incorporated in all of this. All right. Okay. And find out, do he have any good friends or people that he's friends with, that, because in worst case scenario, you're going to have to know what the team is, who's going to do what. You're going to have to, you can't just be talking about canning some food and not discussing how to protect it. So all of that goes hand in hand. Okay. All right.
I wanted to also thank you for the thought about a dog. I hadn't thought about a dog.
Oh, yeah.
I am over here by myself until I go join my sister.
All right.
Yeah, so that's the thing that we were thinking of incorporating about for the dark winter. She definitely.
Oh man, we got somebody from 25th and Allegheny up in here. Ain't that something? Look at that, boy. There's a small world up in here. I'll tell you that. 25th and Allegheny. Hey, you make it there, you can make it anywhere. Ain't that something? 25th and Allegheny. Oh, okay, all right. But go on. What part of the area are you from again, sister?
Well, I'm with the Atlanta GLC body, but I live in Florida.
All right, Florida.
So,
okay, well, we will be there soon. I think we're going to be in Florida either near the last... We're going to be there soon, so just don't worry about it. We're going to be there soon, sister, all right? I don't want to put out the date now, but we're going to talk about it soon, all right?
All right.
So I hope to see you when we get there. Bless you. All right. We're dwindling down. I'll let the elders get the last word. This has been a great... Hold on. This
unmuted.
Actually has been a great broadcast. Rayvon, I only have a few more calls and then we can bless you all out. Mr. Hayes, I need you to Mr. Hayes, I need you to send an email, the pastor, to GOCCSouth@yahoo.com. The pastor that I was supposed to call. Send an email to GOCCSouth@AOL.com. I mean, at Hotmail. No, GOCCSouth@yahoo.com. At yahoo.com. All right, I'm listening to you. Talk to me. Ray Vaughn.
Yes, sir. Shalom, Elder.
Shalom.
I'm actually, I'll say I'm still getting prepared. I've actually started Well, I've actually fixed the fence line on my land, putting cattle back on the land, I believe, at the end of this month or beginning of next month with my neighbor.
Okay.
He'll be tending to those cattle. And almost every other week, I go to Family Dollar and purchase the entire canned goods section and stock it up in my closet. I have a couple garbage cans full of rice and beans. I freeze them first to make sure I kill off any bugs, and then just harvest them and keep inside of my personal truck, inside my wife's car, a get home bag. Here, actually, at the house, we have a get up and go bag.
Good.
And at my current house in Roy City, we have tents just in case we have to take them. And at the farm, we have tents set up, shed, barns fixed up, and we'll be having chickens pretty soon on the farm as well.
Okay. Hey, so you got a farm with some chickens?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir. And anybody
hey,
water, I know I've heard.
Where you at again? Where you live?
I live here in Texas, sir. I'm about 20 minutes from Dallas, and the farm is about 40 minutes from Dallas.
Okay, so I take it you're in the Dallas congregation.
Yes, sir. Well, Hunt County area and the Rockwall County area.
Okay, when I get over there,
I'm close to the Metroplex.
Hey, I know where we're gonna get those elders. I know we're gonna get those organic eggs from. I tell you that. All right, thank you, my brother.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
It's good to hear you preparing.
Hey, no problem, Elder.
Hey, you in the right state too right now, and I tell you that. All right, Brother Hayes, not the pastor.
Shalom, Elder. Shalom.
Shalom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. This is Brother Hayes, son of Judah, not the pastor, although I have been through seminary school.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. Three times, Elder. Yeah. Then I got into Hebrew Academy, and I was like, yeah, I got lied to. But anyway.
Hold up. You was in the seminary college 3 separate times?
Yeah. I started reading the Bible for myself, going through the exams and stuff, and unfortunately, you can't, put the right answer on there. You got to put mark A, B, C, or D.
Okay.
Yeah, I dropped out. I wasn't about to lie for her. My mother was like, "Hey, don't if it's not true, don't agree with their lies." So I just dropped out.
Okay. Well, hey, I'm glad you're in the academy. Okay, so now it's time for you to do a non-objective, a non-biased, honest assessment between the two. You've been in the seminary colleges that people go to become pastors 3 separate times. You've been in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. And in comparison, what would you say? In comparison to seminary school.
Okay, the comparison, family, to seminary school. Seminary school is basically it's equivalent to going to, in my opinion, going to school, going to high school. It's programming, and then when you get done, you get your degree or whatever, you get out of it, and then you find out, looking back in history and finding out the truth about history, you was lied to for 12 years.
So it's really an indoctrination of lies. Yeah,
exactly.
Okay. All right.
Hey. Exactly.
I'm glad you're in the academy.
After that, all praises most.
Go on. The floor is yours.
This is my third academy.
Man, thank
you,
man.
Yes, indeed.
Praise
this
the
is
Most
my third academy, and I'm with the Moss Point, Mississippi body. All praises to the Most High, Elder.
Praise the Most High.
Yes, indeed. But family, yeah, y'all getting that academy. It's amazing, Elder. And I don't know how you do it, but each academy is different. It's amazing.
Hey man, yes, listen. It's because I'm blessed to do it, man, and it's people ask, well, how's it different every time, even the same topics? There's new revelation coming out regularly. And I get up in the morning spry and excited. When I get something new, I get to divulge it that day. I can't hold anything. I make a concerted effort to make sure that I'm not teaching the same thing. If I get something new, the same day I got it, y'all have it. So.
And you can tell, Elder, that it's fresh. Elder, when you get on the news with Elder Shapat,
yeah.
For me and my daughter, it's like a try not to laugh moment.
Yeah.
Oh man, we be rolling, Elder.
Oh yeah, I'll be rolling too a little bit.
But Elder, oh wow, I'm just going, family. You got to get in the academy. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh okay. Yeah.
But as far as me and my house, we done stocked up on everything.
Okay.
I'm listening to the brothers and sisters. I put in a comment, about how, Most High is waking our people up, and I pray that he wake more of our brothers and sisters up. But just hearing the testimonies and how you lead in the church through the grace of the Most High, and warning us, preparing us through our bishops and our deacons, officers, elder, it's amazing. Our people, the majority of the stuff I was gonna say, Elder, everybody done hit on all the points, from the solar power to the canned goods to the dry foods to literally everything. The only thing I can say, Elder, add, my 2 cents in, Elder, is learning how to grow your own vegetables.
Yeah,
I've been watching all kind of survival, how to grow indoor, how to grow outdoor, and just learning how to grow your own food, just in case you're in a situation where, you can't take all the food you have with you. You'll know how to plant, transplant, and grow your own food, and become familiar with the edible food already out there that the Most High provided for us.
Man, and you know what some of the greatest preparation is going to be, and I'm seeing that when I go to the church. When I go past, when I'm in the Philly church and I see the congregating, all of that means all of that can mean nothing if we can't interact and love one with another.
Exactly,
and
Elder.
I think that's going to be the test above all tests. The unselfishness of bringing things together to sustain our people. The Most High is forcing us together. So I believe we're doing our own little sideways preparing, but the preparing above all is going to be when we can interact with each other without any selfishness, without any hatred. When we're going to really be able to depend on each other and know that every brother and sister that we interact with, like that person have my best interest at heart. And I believe the Most High, in our own little preparing ways, are really doing it unselfishly, knowing. Now, we talking about what we're doing for ourselves. But I think in the back of our minds, we know unselfishly it's going to be for someone else. And I believe that's going to be the spirit that leads us to the wilderness. And I'm seeing it in the churches. When I go through, I act like I'm not looking, and sometimes I sit back and I check people out. I check the children out. And the Most High is doing something amazing on the low. Like the devil.
Yes, he is.
Like the devil is tricking people with these summits, saying what switches we have to flick to have them fall for the next con. He have the devil. The devil is planning deceitfully. But the planning that I'm hearing amongst us, it's an honest, caring, charitable preparation above all. And
that's facts, Elder.
Yeah,
that's facts. You put me on a mission a long time ago when I first called in before I got baptized, and this is just after.
Yeah.
Just a little bit before my mom passed away.
Okay.
Right. You was like, well, brother, you asked me about my past, where I grew up, and my life now, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you live in the neighborhood. What you doing for your neighborhood? And ever since then, Elder, I've been on a mission to wake every brother and sister I can up and then point them the direction to the church. And it's when you realize and you learn that the Bible is a history book about how where we come from. This is like this is our book, our history lesson, of what to do, what not to do. And then you realize, look at your brothers and your sisters born into the same battle that you is. It makes it a little bit easier to go out there and be like, hey, brother, let me talk to you, And then you invite them in, like, hey, you hungry, just tell you, y'all talked earlier, Elder, about how people think see us as conspiracy theorists and might think we crazy and stuff. Elder, look, ever since you put me on that mission, people don't see me as a conspiracy theorist. I got my Bible out everywhere I go. I show them what's going on, and I show them the scripts, and they're like, "Hey, they even say I can Shalom, Elder."
Look at that.
Okay, where'd you get all that information? Well, let me point you to my elders on YouTube. Gathering 144. Well, Elder Ramar on Twitch TV.
Oh yeah. Well, brother,
a community connection.
I'm segueing into Elder Gabar because I got a question. He had a question for me earlier. Now I'm gonna end it with a question with him now, especially after listening to you. All right, I'm gonna place you on hold. Great call, brother.
Muted.
All right, Elder Gabar, I have a question for you now.
Okay.
Okay, you hit me with one, and I didn't know where to go with it, but I finally. No one ever asked me to look back and say, did I ever thought that this would happen?
Okay.
Right? Is it surreal what's going on? And I tell you, I'm excited that we were actually chosen to do a work. Humble. Yeah. But, it's not over, right? I'm going to ask you, Elder Gabar, because there's a lot of endurance and sacrifice that had to happen on your side, too. So, but I'm going to ask you, did you ever think when you was on a phone call with me someplace, don't forget that this church wasn't nowhere when I first spoke with you. Really. Mm-hmm. It was just us going out in the spirit. I mean, we have actually had to organize the church due to necessity. Doing it, so many people came in, we had to organize it and say, okay, it's a church. We must set up positions based on it. So it was a circumstance that developed the church. It wasn't us planning to do a church. Right? Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this. Did you think in your mind when I spoke with you initially that this would ever become anything? I need to know, from your eyes and your perspective, like what from where we were then and where we are now, what is that showing you?
Well, that's a whole show on its own. But let me try to,
what is it showing you, seeing it from the beginning to where it is?
Okay, yeah. Let me try to compress it in a few words.
Yeah.
I think the best way to describe it is like, okay, because first of all, for me to even come up with that answer, I will have to think what I was thinking back then. And back then, I was engaged to a woman, not my wife. I was just getting out of the reality that I'm not going to be a famous MMA fighter, and just wanted to go back to church. That's what I wanted.
So you wanted to go back to the Christian church?
No, I wanted to go back to God. I wanted to, I know I didn't want to go back to the old One West way of thinking.
Yeah, we both came up under UPK.
Yeah, and I know I wasn't going back to modern day Christianity.
Yeah.
But I wanted to go back to church. What church was the problem? That's all. I didn't thought farther than that.
Okay.
So I began to just research different churches, different camps, different organizations, and just to find a home. And this is like extra credit. Like, this is not what my mind was at that time. I just want to go back to church.
Oh, ain't that so?
And now, who would have thunk it? Preaching an elder, come on.
Oh man, look at this.
That did a mistake. I was just one of the guy who wanted to come into church. I thought, so that, I guess that's the best to describe.
Elders, let me tell you, if you ever spoke to anyone that was chosen to be a leader, they'll tell you they weren't seeking any level of leadership.
Right.
It was just, I want to connect. I want to know about the Most High. I want to learn about Him. I need direction in my life. Usually that's the entry point. It has nothing to do with what you're going to lead. It's like, I need help. Lord, forgive me for my sins. I know you're real, right? Show me a sign. Guide me. It usually start at usually a vulnerable point in your life, or point in your life where you're at this fork in the road, but you know you need the Most High. But to seek out to want to be a leader and to do something, no leader have ever thought he would lead. And and I love hearing, I love talking and going into the embryo stage before this is, so that brothers and sisters will know that none of this was calculated. This was all organic through the Spirit, and it was us stepping out on faith that led us into faith. Faith leads us to another level of faith. And like, okay, I'm flying. I didn't fall yet. Okay. Faith leads you into faith to a point where you're just there now. And the next thing you know, by necessity, there was a need to set up elders, deacons, officers, because the people were coming in, and we had to organize according to Christ's church. But I wanted to go back and ask you, did you ever think when you first reached out, that this is what the Most High had in mind? Because that's what it comes down to. It's nothing that any of us had in mind. I didn't have this in mind.
Yeah.
I was just out teaching. It's the Holy Spirit.
And it's funny when you get exposed to this, like I was saying, like you want to go back to church, you want to get the Most High, but you can't. One thing that this scripture always stuck with me
was that
when Christ says that you must worship the Father and in spirit and in truth.
Yeah.
So I and
hold up, man. Before you go, Elder Lawyer, are you up?
Yeah, I want to hear his answer.
Elder Lawyer,
Yes, sir,
wake
I'm
up.
here.
I know you halfway asleep. You probably got one eye open. I know you can't stay up this long. You there?
Yes, sir. Wide awake.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
listening.
Hey, Lawyer is up. Lawyer, pop in real quick, man, because I gotta ask you a question. Since we asking questions, we're gonna end it out like this.
All right.
Because I know people want to hear what you gotta say. All right, Elder Lawyer. You was here since a young man, what, 18, 19 years of age, right? You came up. You came up, and I said, "Come on, just come with me. You'll be all right." Let me ask you a question. What you see in the day, did you ever imagine that we'll be here and what this work has done throughout the earth, through the Spirit of the Most High, helping the people in the earth prepare?
No, sir. No, sir. To be honest, the answer is no. Absolutely not.
He said, "Absolutely not."
This is far beyond anything that we could have imagined. I just know, like you mentioned, you said, just continue to follow and you'll be all right. And you would always tell us, that the younger fellows who were coming in, who came around the same time as myself, you'd always tell us that one day we're going to look up and there's going to just be an ever-flowing amount of people coming in. And you guys are going to have to be ready and prepared to lead and guide these people. So everything you were instilling in us and trying to instill at that time was to prepare for that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if you knew what this will become. I know I didn't know. But I know at that time, you always told us to definitely understand that what you're seeing now, there may be a few of us now, but eventually this thing is going to be well beyond anything that anything we could ever think of. And I think we're seeing that times 100-fold. So
now let me make it clear.
Well beyond.
Let me make it clear. When I told y'all that just come in and learn, and that eventually we're going to be teaching thousands and thousands of people, many people will learn through this ministry, and you guys will be the teachers who teach them. I told y'all that, right? It's not that I've seen it the way it is now, right? But I remember seeing in certain circumstances me with some people and a bunch of people in white. A bunch of people in white. And I didn't know what it was, what it meant. I didn't know it was going to be a church. I didn't know anything. But I just remember me, there were some people, and there was a lot of people in white. And so I say, listen, brother, y'all come through, y'all learn. We're going to teach many people. But I didn't know that it was going to be a church. I didn't know we're going to have people everywhere. Right? And I didn't know that, you know, at that time, that it's going to be an organized church throughout the earth on every continent, really. Where the word is being taught, be in Africa, being in Asia, being in Europe, being in South America. It doesn't matter. People are being baptized and are receiving the gift of the Holy Spirit. And above all, they know the truth. They know the truth.
Right.
Man. And so I'm just saying, brother, it's surreal, but I'm glad we're here. So let's end it with one scripture real quick.
Yes, sir.
Where it talks about that the prophets have longed to see this. Let's get that real quick. Let's get this. And we'll end it there. We'll end it tonight. It's been a blessed night. I hope that if brothers and sisters haven't been thinking about doing it, thinking about preparing, that at least with this broadcast, I believe that this can help with brothers and sisters beginning their journey for preparation. Knowing that if the lights go out, what would I do? Where would I go? All right. If I had to be locked down in this house for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, could I survive here? Start thinking now. Let's get blessed are your eyes. Let's get that. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Let's get Luke 10 and 23.
All right. You still want
No, I'm just get Luke 10 and 23 and 24, and we'll end it there.
Yes, sir. St. Luke chapter 10, verse 23. And he turned unto his disciples and said privately, Blessed are the eyes which see the things that ye see.
Blessed are the eyes that see the things that you see. Everyone can't see it, right? We get frustrated with our family, Elder Lawyer, and you know, initially we used to get frustrated with them because it was clear to us, right? Everyone in the world, when we were traveling throughout the world, elders, thought we were crazy. Christ said, blessed are the eyes which see the things that you see. Not only did we see it, not only were we blessed to see the truth and work in this vineyard, we showed action with sight. Many people can see, but they're like, well, no, I don't know. They try to back up away from the plow, right? It's one thing to see. It's another thing to act on what you see and have the obedience and discipline to be utilized and to be cultivated and groomed to do a work in the earth. Read the next verse.
24. For I tell you that many prophets and kings have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them.
Look at that. Many of the past, even the disciples, the prophets, long to see the day we're living in right now. We're living in the time of the coming of our Savior. Not only are we living in that time, we're working in the vineyard in preparation for his return. What a time. But,
yes, sir.
But ye that endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. The questions, to be answered. And of course, this story doesn't end just with tonight's broadcast, right? At the end of the day, brothers and sisters, ye that endure to the end, the same shall be saved. And the question lies, are you prepared? With that, thank you, elders. Thank you, brethren. I'm sorry. It's good to be in this work. It's good to be in the work with you. And it's good to have you all in the faith praying for the ministry to strengthen our work. There's bad days, there's rough days, but I know you're praying for us. Tawada to you for your prayers and all the support you do for this work, because we all need one another. Okay? And again, I hope this broadcast tonight have spurred something in brothers and sisters who, to this point, hasn't done anything at all. Okay? Well, if you haven't done anything at all to prepare for what's to come, this broadcast this evening was for you. With that, I'm going to say, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. I'll see you all in the academy. I'll see you all for Patreon. Thank you for your presence. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Zion. He's calling back Israel, right, y'all. Thank you, elders, for your presence and your testimonies. Thank you for co-hosting with me this evening. We're the Gathering of Christ Church. Shalom.
Sir, shalom.
The water.
The east is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the islands of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us.